And we welcome you to the Rock Springs Sweetwater Events Complex. Elan, Olliff, and Matt Petrie here as we get you set for Rodeo here in Rock Springs. It is, we're correcting that graphic right now, but it's round one, performance number 2. And this is the one where we see the steer wrestling and the rough stock events coming up tonight. And we have got a whole full slate of rodeo action. Not just any type of rodeo action, state championship rodeo acts. The going to be these times that we're seeing right now in our first event, the pole bending. This is what we had from the morning performance. Tessa Sanderson of Sundance leads with a 21 and 285. Audrey Kremer from Cody in second place with a 21 and 37. Abigail Olson currently in third with a 21 and 83. Gracie Hardiman currently in fourth with a 22 and 489. Catherine Weiss from Farson currently in fifth with a 22 and a 522. Jamie Adamson from Buffalo in sixth with a 22.635. Riley Griffiths from Wheatland in seventh with a 22.75. Katie Rice from Buffalo with a 22.834. Callie Bowman in ninth with a 22 and 954. And the top 10 rounded out by Faye Hellier with a 23 and 209. And you got to be in the top 10 by the end of the night in order to claim any of those round points to help you out with your state championship aspirations.
You know, the 21 second runs, they're awesome. They're great. But there's a young lady that we saw here in April that had a 19-second pole run. And she's coming up later on tonight. Yeah,
she'll be in it tonight, and it's going to be a very fun night. Stick around. Hope you had a good supper and have a nice cold drink as we are coming to you live from Rock Springs on a Thursday night, not Friday night. It feels like Friday night because we're having so much fun. But on a Thursday night here at Rock Springs. We will have more when we come back right after this. You're tuned in to the 2023 WHSRA State Finals Rodeo live on mylocalradio.com, presented by Addicted Power Sports in Evanston and on demand on the Cowboy Channel Plus app.
Get ready to cause some this summer with help from your friends at Addicted Power Sports in Evanston. Your one-stop shop for all your power sports needs. Side-by-sides, four-wheelers, motorcycles, and more. Play hard and play safe. At Addicted Power Sports, you'll find various protective equipment, including helmets and also apparel from Fly Racing, Fox, and more. Addicted Power Sports has a full service and parts department for any make and model. Yamaha, Kawasaki, Can-Am, Skidoo, and more. Whether you're tearing up the road or trail, let the experienced professionals help you out. Addicted Power Sports, 127 Bear River Drive, Evanston.
Are you tired of living with water that's causing rust stains, hard water spots, or other issues in your home? Water's supposed to make life easier and more comfortable. Help you experience the water you deserve. As your local authorized Hague dealer, we can tailor a water treatment solution to address your specific needs. We can make sure your laundry stays soft, your skin silky smooth, with a custom-designed water treatment conditioning system. Your whole home and family will benefit from the high-quality water you deserve. Call us today.
Scan the QR code now to see how your city water stacks up. Or call 307-787-6800 to schedule your free water and air analysis.
The town of Mountain View is located in the historic Bridger Valley and serves as a gateway to the high Uintas. With a panoramic view of the rugged Uinta peaks, you feel like you are in paradise. Our town park and scenic river walk offer a safe place for rest and relaxation. Looking for a great place to live? Our quality of life is great and our people are very friendly. Come join our tranquil way of life. The town of Mountain View, a gateway to the high Uintas.
At YHI, we are with you is more than just 3 simple words. It encompasses the principles we live by to serve our members and local communities. So if you're looking to keep your banking relationships local with a partner who will always be there for you, look to us. We're YHI. We're Wyoming. We're with you. Visit yhi.org to learn how you can be a part of something bigger today.
Welcome back to the Addicted Power Sports High School Rodeo Series, live on mylocalradio.com. It's the 2023 WHSRA State Finals Rodeo. It's round number 2. We're live on mylocalradio.com, also on demand on the Cowboy Channel Plus app. My name's Elan Olliff, joined by Matt Petrie. And Matt, let's go ahead and go to our results here from the first round. We had the pole bending. Now let's talk about 1/100th of a second cowgirl.
Absolutely. And those two were the last two to go this morning, so they saved the best for last for us. I was thinking we were going to see, 8 and 10-second runs, and all of a sudden we get 2 6s in a row.
In third place, Katie Rice from Buffalo with an 8 and 81. Kaylee Hutchinson in fourth with a 10 and 03. Catherine Weiss in fifth with a 10 and 83. Riley Griffiths from Wheatland in sixth with an 11 and 56. Corlin Slattery in seventh with an 11 and 78. Cameron Farrell in eighth with a 15 and 65. And that is all the times that we had. 8 goat tires, and we have a top 8. So no matter what, you're going to be in the top 10 first out here in the goat tying, but it's all about getting into that top 10 and being there at the end of the night.
Getting to the top 10 and hopefully getting yourself a good enough score to keep your average up for the final go on Saturday.
In the tie-down roping, it's Jace Mayfield on top with a 9 and 35. Corey Baumhoff, the number 1 Cowboy in the state in the event, with an 11 and 69, sits second. Colson Myers in third with a 12 and 82. Talon Larson sits fourth with a 13 and 7. Jace Rourke sits fifth with a 15 and 75. Cody Montgomery sixth with a 16 and 5. Jet Longwell in seventh with a 16 and 64. Braxton Buford eighth with an 18 and 93. Truett Jaru from Rollins sits ninth with a 20 and 1. Austin Pixley rounds out the top 10 with a 21 and 04. But you look at the distance between first and second, there's definitely some spots where you can kind of squeeze in there and get some high points in this go-round if you are riding in performance number 2 this evening.
I was all wet this morning claiming good times for these runs. These kids came out and showed me a thing or two, so I'm going to say anybody that lands in the 10s or 11s is going to be good chance to be in that top 10.
Moving on to our breakaway roping. First performance, Morgan Watts from Eden with a 3 flat sits first. Brenna Herring from Veteran with a 3 and 02 is second. Riley Alameda from Saratoga with a 3 and 42. Roslyn Herron in fourth with a 3 and 52. Audrey Kremer from Cody with a 3 and 55. Casey Kosmicki from Yoder with a 3 and 81 sits sixth. Grayson Cheney sits seventh with a 3 and 9. Shada Lesmeister sits eighth with a 4 and 55 and only 9 recorded times in performance number 1. Cameron Farrell of Thermopolis brings up that 9th time with a 7 and 38.
Absolutely. You can see in Breakaway that 9/10 of a second separate first through 7th.
And we got some of the top breakaway ropers in the state riding tonight, so we'll see if that 3 is able to hold up at the top of the leaderboard. Moving on to the team roping, and this is what we were talking about earlier. Number 2 in the all-around, as something's going on. It's not loading quite yet. There we go. Talon Larson and Cashton Reynolds sits number 1 with a 7 and 19. Hayes Espenscheid and Nicholas Albrecht second with an 8 and 75. Griffin Romero and Truett Giroux sits third with an 11 and 56. Adam Bellis and Hazen Camino sits fourth with an 11 and 71. Brody Payne and Dylan Payne from Powell sit fifth with a 13 and 77. And only 6 recorded times is Dylan Thar and Braxton Buford sit in that 6th position with an 18 and 03.
These are the kids that truly made me eat my words this morning because I said a 12-second run would be great, and looks like we're sitting on a 7-second run right now.
We're going to go ahead and take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about the state standings for the 4 events that are making their state finals debut tonight for 2023. It's the rough stock and the steer wrestling. We'll talk about it more when we come back after this. You're tuned in to the 2023 WHSRA State Finals Rodeo live on mylocalradio.com and on demand on the Cowboy Channel app.
You're turning 65 and retiring and have no clue what to do about Medicare. You own your own business or don't have health insurance. You know you need life insurance and don't know where to start. At My Life Financial, we can help with all these insurance needs. From Medicare supplements to finding the right health insurance plan and even dental and vision. We've got you covered. Call My Life Financial at 435-557-3170. That's My Life Financial at 435-557-3170. We do it different.
Evanston Cowboy Days, the biggest little rodeo in the West, celebrates its 87th year this September 1st through the 4th. Chancey Williams kicks off the festivities on Friday, September 1st, and the next 3 days feature PRCA rodeos, live bands, vendors, and a live fish catch, and so much more. For more information and tickets, visit evanstoncowboydays.com.
Welcome back to the state finals as the wind is absolutely howling right now. Let's go ahead and bring in those standings for the bareback riding. Tucker Caricato leads the pack with a 119.5. Rody Farrell sits second in this. These are the state standings, not the performance, because we haven't seen the bareback riding yet. Rody Farrell sits second with a 115. Ian Smith in third. Chaz Dewey fourth. Grady Edwards fifth. Cole Rosewadowski sits sixth. Jacob Cook seventh. And Micah Keogh out of Cheyenne is our eighth ranked bareback rider. But Matt, you look at that bareback riding race that's shaping up. Only 3.5 points separating 1 and 2 right now. And it's 15 points for a go-round win, 13.5 for second place. If these two continue to go first and second, the advantage lies with Caricato. But if Tucker gets bucked off or has an off trip and Rody Farrell's able to take advantage, this thing just becomes an absolute shootout no matter which way you look at it.
It is going to be, and you know, I wouldn't bet against either one of these kids because I don't want to have one of them going against me. But they've been 1-2 in every single rodeo this year that they've been in.
That is the bareback riding. Let's go ahead and take a look at let's make it the steer wrestling standings. And this is going to be not only a close race, but it could potentially be a huge factor in the all-around. Jace Mayfield, who's your number one all-around cowboy, sits number one with a 109. And then you go down to number 6. That's his competitor in the all-around, Talon Larson. He sits 6th. But look at the distance between the top 4. It's less than 10 points.
You know, it's 2 points between 1 and 2, and another 2 points between 2 and 3, and then only another 8 points to number 4. So with 60 points available this weekend, it's anybody's game.
Absolutely. And now we look at the saddle bronc riding state standings. Jake Schlattman of Grable leads it by 10 points over Rody Marsh. Ryan Nunn from Level is third. Cody Smith is fourth. Wyatt Knight is fifth. Cole Crickmeyer sits sixth. William Roan Prophet sits seventh. Ty Scarborough sits eighth.
Again, a tight race right here at the top. And even number 3, Ryan Nunn, when we were here in April, we saw him win a go-round here.
And this is your bull riding state standings coming into this one. Brenson Bartlett of Cheyenne holds the lead. Hayden Welsh won the last time we were here in Rock Springs. He is down by about 13 points. Ashton Slaw, though, from Manila is making a charge. And really, with the bull riding, this is not over, because if you buck off, you're getting 0 points in the round, as well as 0 round points to help you out with your state title hopes. So if Bartlett or Welsh bucks off, Slaw could walk through the door. Aiden Ruby has a chance. It's really one of those events where you have no idea what's going to happen.
Brenson Bartland's come on strong the last 4 or 5 rodeos. Hayden Welsh had the lead for quite a few rodeos through the season, and then Brenson stepped up. So we'll see what those two do, but exactly like you said, anybody can get bucked off at any time, and somebody else can make a ride and move right up the ladder.
We're going to go ahead and take a break. When we come back, we'll have the National Anthem Grand Entry and hopefully the start of this one as the wind and rain is starting to come down here in Rock Springs. We'll be right back after this. You're tuned in to the 2023 State Finals Rodeo, live on mylocalradio.com and on demand on the Cowboy Channel Plus app.
What is Uinta BOCES #1? It's your community college to pursue your degree or certificate. It's high school equivalency. It's CPR and other workforce training. It's cooking and computer classes. It's 3D printers, vinyl cutters, and other free tools. We're many different things to many different people, meeting the education needs of the place we call home. So what is Uinta BOCES #1? That's for you to decide. Come see us today and let us help you make your educational dreams come true.
At Cowboy State Realty, we are dedicated to helping you with all your real estate needs. You are moving to a new town for a new job. Your family has outgrown the house that you live in now. You're ready to take a leap and become a homeowner. Sell or buy your home with a realtor you can trust. At Cowboy State Realty, we are working for you. Call us at 307-200-4332 to schedule an appointment today. Cowboy State Realty would like to give a huge congratulations to the graduating class of 2023.
Ready has provided safety and excellence in industrial construction and support services since 1982. Our experts self-perform all phases of construction on new or existing structures, such as site excavation, access road creation, concrete foundations, welding, and the installation and maintenance of piping, tanks, metal buildings, and more. Our turnkey services will have your facility operational quickly and safely. Interested in joining our team? Visit ReadyUSA.com. We are ready.
We are chasing a dream, one that tests our grit, our faith, our courage. This dream calls us. It unites us. Here's to those who lead this life.
Well, we've got a little bit of a delay here as we are getting ready to start this state finals rodeo round. We've lost one camera. We're working on getting it back, so bear with us as we had to move everything back everybody kind of scooted back one row here.
What? Wind in Wyoming?
Yeah, wind, rain, and June in Wyoming.
What is Uinta BOCES #1? It's your community college to pursue your degree or certificate.
As we are getting ready for performance number 2. Everybody's working hard to kind of get everything settled. But man, it was a nice evening when we first got here, and then the skies just opened right on up.
7 minutes ago, it was a nice evening.
Yeah. Now the rain's starting to blow in on us a little bit. Let's go ahead and go back to our results from earlier today. Brenson Bartlett, actually this is the bull riding results, so bear with us one second as we're kind of flying blind here with the computer, trying to keep it dry. And let's actually take a look at our state standings. Let's start with the healing standings. Kale Espenscheid and Cashton Reynolds tied with 103 at the top. then in the heading, Talon Larson is your number one header. Cam Johnson trails by 3 points. Larson and Reynolds had the fastest time in performance number one. And that was something to behold, a 7:19 earlier in the round.
7:19 is going to be hard to beat, but you know I've been wrong once or twice today, so we'll see what comes out tonight.
All right, so we are on definite delay right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to put it back on the area, as we are getting pelted by rain right now. So we're going to put it back on the starting student screen, and we'll be back shortly before we get started here. We'll be right back right after this. And we are back at the 2023 WHSRA State Finals Rodeo Performance number 2 of round number 1. My name's Elan Olliff. That's Matt Petrie. As we got pelted with some partly cloudy coming down from that great Wyoming sky. And it looks like we're going to try to give it a go. Matt, I think it's time to do some rodeoing on a Thursday night.
You know what? Anything that gets us warmed up right now, and I'm sure some of these contestants will.
Absolutely. We got one camera up. We're working on getting camera 2 up. We'll be off and running, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man. Thank you so much to everybody tuned in right now. Live on mylocalradio.com. This will also be on demand on the Cowboy Channel Plus app. And looks like we are doing the sponsor flags as they ride through. Going to make sure we have our camera up. Camera 1 is up and running. We are good to go. Mr. Dennis Bedwell, our camera operator here today, as Loomers Trailers comes through. And give us a second to recompose ourselves, just kind of regather things right now, as we are in the middle of the grand entry. And I don't know if you got it out because the wind might have blown it away, but according to the day sheet, we got pole bending, and then I believe we'll be doing the bareback riding. Let's see if we can get an official order on things.
All right. Pole bending, then saddle broncs.
So it'll be pole bending, then the saddle bronc riding, then the goat tying, then the tie down roping, the breakaway roping, the bareback riding, the steer wrestling, then the team roping, the barrel racing, and we'll end tonight with the big bulls. As we'll go ahead and go radio silence for our colors presentation presented by the American Legion, Post 24 of Rock Springs.
We have the Post 24 and 28 members. We have Mike Ryan, Sam Italian, Joe Italian, Shanda Wood, Pat Craig, Brian Carpenter, he is of Post 28, James Landwehr of Post 24, Julie Wilson of Post 24, Larry Buddyfeld of Post 24, and Bill Stapleton of Post 24. We certainly are glad they're here, and we want to thank them for honoring our flag, and we want to thank them for their service and everything they've given to the great state of Wyoming and the United States. Once they are set, we're going to start with a prayer, followed by the national anthem. We'll now have a prayer by Hadley Thompson.
Please bow your heads. Dear Lord, please protect us, all the contestants and livestock. We thank you for the opportunity to be able to compete on this evening where we know you are watching over us. Mindful and thoughtful of your guidance that you have given us, as cowboys we don't ask any special favors, as yet you keep us safe, as for you've already blessed us with more than we deserve. Please protect the veterans overseas. We pray that they will get home safely. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Thank you. Please remain standing until the flags are retired. Thank you very much. Post 24, 28, and all the American.
All right, the flag has been presented, and now we get ready for our first event. And Matt, I don't have my live read paper, so I'm going to name the sponsor. You two get to do the fun opening there, but it's the pole bending brought to you by Water of Life in Evanston, Wyoming. Better water, better life.
Water of Life. Water of Life is a family-owned business serving western Wyoming and the surrounding region for more than 25 years. Improving and purifying your air and drinking water is what we do. Give us a call today to find out how we can help you. 307-787-6800.
So that is our pole bending sponsor. Our pole bending sponsor, of course, Water of Life. And in the pole bending tonight, we're going to get started with Tiana Jelovich of Gillette will be the first one to go.
We are going to start with the pole bending here today. Tiana Jelovich, you're going to be out number one.
And Tiana Jelovich from Gillette will be first. Jada Graves on deck, Candace Bartlett, then Adeline Norstegard, Shada Lesmeister, Carly Peterson, Ash Hayes, Jada Graves from Wheatland.
Thorpe Thompson is our arena director. Marty Jean-Marie Wolstenheim are our two.
And after that, it'll be Cadence Bartlett and Adeline Norstegard, your next three to go. What was the time there for
32.593?
32.593 for Tiana Jelovich of Gillette.
And our state high school finals.
Here comes Jada Graves of Wheatland. Graves really doing a good job directing that horse through the poles.
I want to thank both of them for bringing some outstanding stock here to
Graves coming into Rock Springs. Number 15 in state in the 22.642. Reminder, the time to beat is Sanderson 21.285. Again, that is 21.285 by Graves. We'll get that updated on the ready top mark board. Cheyenne will be our next cowgirl to go. And the sun is starting to peek over the mountains here in Sweetwater County. Winning go, Cadence Bartlett from Cheyenne, and here she is. Again, from one end to the other, and then she'll turn around the far end. Ooh, a little bit wide of a turn. Now just will direct through the pole pattern. She'll go through it once, now go the other direction. And she's clean. Oh, and she might have broken the pattern as she had the horse straddle that pole, and that's unfortunately going to be a no time.
Unfortunately, it's going to be no time with a broken pattern.
No time with a broken pattern. Here is your girls cutting state champion, Adeline Norstegard from Gillette. Will be our next cowgirl to go.
There she goes.
Norstegard from one end to the other, and now Good turn there. Tough enough to wear pink night here at the state finals rodeo. Comes around one end.
Oh, just knocked over that in pole. 2 poles down there.
That's a 10-second penalty for North Star.
It's going to be a 33-291.
33-291.
291.
That'll now bring up Shada Lesmeister from Rosettes. And the leader, Sanderson, with a 21-285. As we get that updated on our Ready Results board. Shada Lesmeister, then they'll drag. We'll go through our top 10 at that point. And here comes Shada Lesmeister from Rosette. Goes one end to the other and now begins to put it through. Lesmeister doing a good job directing that horse through the poles. Lesmeister now around and home. 21-285 is the score to beat, and it is. Waiting for it.
Well, we have a great run here. How about a 21-814?
21-814, and Shada Lesmeister just put herself into possession here, or position here rather, as we go to our top 10 as we prepare to drag here. I have to find the right one, apologies. This is 285. Audrey Kremer in second from Cody, the 21-37. Shada Lesmeister just put down a 21-814. Abigail Olson with a 21-83. Gracie Hardiman with a 22-489. Catherine Weiss with a 22-522. Jamie Adamson in seventh with a 22-635. Jada Graves in eighth with a 22-642. Riley Griffiths from Wheatland in ninth with a 22-75. And in order to get in the top 10, you got to beat a 22-834. And that is held by Katie Rice out of Buffalo.
I would bet by the end of the night, you're going to have to be closer to 21.
21-285 by Tessa Sanderson from round one. Leads the go-round, or from performance number one, leads round number one, trying to get those 15 points. As we're going to have to lower the bit rate again, it seems. We'll kick it off with Carly Peterson from Buffalo, Aislinn Vroman from Riverton, Cedar Stewart from Big Piney, Tally Engel from Rosette, and Caitlin Moore from Wright will be the final cowgirl before we drag. And Caitlin Moore, though, was the young lady that we saw have that 19-second run. She's also the number one cowgirl in the States in this event. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and show you those state standings right now on our Ready Results board. Caitlin Moore with a massive lead, 120-87 over Hadley Thompson. Shada Lesmeister, though, who was number two in the round, number three in the round, rather, as Lesmeister. She sits three in the state. Abigail Olson sits four. Audrey Kremer, though, sitting second in the round, trying to work her way into that top four to go to Gillette's.
This is what the state finals are all about. Here we go.
Here comes number 6. It's Carly Peterson. One end to the other. Oh, loses the hat. Peterson around one. Straightens it out. Sends it. Oh, and that's going to be a penalty there for Carly Peterson as she'll bring that one to the finish. And it'll be a 26-615. Would have been in the top 10 easily, but instead it's a 26-615. Aslan Vroman, one end to the other now, begins her run through the poles. Nice finish there. Aslan Vroman from Riverton has a clean run. And she's going to get going as the sun begins to shine in Rock Springs.
Wow, great run here. How about a 21-290?
21-290, 5/100ths of a second off of the lead. Great run by Aslan Vroman.
Number 23, Callie Eagle, you're going to be on deck. Gate forward. You'll be in the hole. You'll take us to the drag. We've got 3 coming to you. Driver 3 coming to you.
And a great run by Vroman. That'll now set the pace for Cedar Stewart from Big Piney. Ooh, way wide on that turn. Good job here. Gets around the poles clean. Now looking to continue to drive it. Goes around and now sends it home.
Well, we're going to be at 22-9-24.
22-9-24 is the time for
You're going to be up here at 24. Caitlin Moore, you're going to be on deck.
Cedar Stewart. That'll now be Tally Ingle out of Rosettes, our next cowgirl to go. We're trying to make the stream as high quality as possible, but look at how fast this horse is, Matt Petrie, right out the gate.
I love that horse. I believe we saw that one yesterday as well. And
yeah,
really worked some cattle on that.
Her Rain Cow horse scores in the cattle work were astronomical most of the competition. And now here she comes, sending it home. And Ingle.
Good round here, 21-7-59.
21-7-59. And that will put her in number 3. And now here's Caitlin Moore, the number 1 cowgirl in the state. That 21-285 could be in danger. Tessa Sanderson has held it since coming out early in performance number 1. Here's your number 1 cowgirl in this state. It's Caitlin Moore out of Wright, and she is doing everything right now. Listen to this crowd. Moore looking to, oh, and she knocks over a pole at the very end. I don't think she's done that all season.
535 plus 5 would be at 25, 535, 25.
Oh, that was going to be a smoking run.
Now to the drag's going to be Jordan Mormon, Ireland Campbell, and Hadley Thompson.
That run without the penalty would have put Caitlin Moore into first place. Unfortunately, that's the rules of the game. Pole bending again is brought to us by Water of Life. Water of Life is a family-owned business serving western Wyoming and the surrounding region for more than 25 years. Improving and purifying your air and drinking water is what we do. Give us a call to find out how we can help you. 307-787-6800.
So Tessa Sanderson's 28-285 is making it through Caitlin Moore, and she will get points in a top 5 position no matter what, with only 3 more pole benders to go here in round number 1. But Tessa Sanderson coming in to the state finals. She was looking for it right now. She was number 9. She's going to make a big move with these 15 points. If she gets them, that'll get her at 72 and put her into a top 5 position at least before everybody else's points are accounted for, of course. And we'll have updated standings, unofficial standings, of course, after we are done. done here tonight. We're not going to update them or show you to them until we have a chance to kind of go through and at them. But, man, that 15 points for Tessa Sanderson could be big.
That makes a world of difference. Amazing how much one run can do for you.
Still to come, though, 3 of the best in the state, including Jordan Mormon from Gillette. Mormon comes in 14th, and then after that you have Ireland Campbell. Campbell knocking on the door to the top 20, and then it's number 2 in the state, Hadley Thompson. How big is the door open for Thompson to possibly start a run to challenge what we thought was an unsurmountable lead by Caitlin Moore?
You know, she's got a long ways to go, but you got to start somewhere, right?
And we are getting exciting. We're having fun here in Rock Springs. The sun is out. The wind is calming down. This is what we were hoping to have earlier.
Great crowd here tonight, too.
It is packed here at the Sweetwater Events Complex. Right after this, the final 3 pole benders will have the first rough stock event of the state finals rodeo. It'll be the saddle bronc riding. 8 of the best in Wyoming in the traditional rough stock event. Here comes Jordan Mormon of Gillette. Good job here by Mormon. Really keeping that horse in check. And with poles, it's a lot about agility and timing. And she just comes around that one a little too tight. It's going to be a 5-second penalty for Mormon. 26-584. That was a 21-second run, but unfortunately, it's not going to happen. Now, in order to get into the top 10, you got to beat a Katie Rice, still holding strong in the 10th spot. No, take that back. Gonna refresh that. It looks like Jada Graves of the 22.642 is the lead, or the bubble right now. Here comes Carly Peterson from Buffalo. Peterson competed in the, I believe it was the Rain Cow Horse event, and she knocks one down. And that means Jada Graves is one Hadley Thompson away from being the 10th place spot. So Hadley Thompson just needs to beat 22.642. She'll get points, but Tessa Sanderson's 21.285, which came out early in the first one. She was number 13 in round number 1. Here comes Hadley Thompson. Thompson showing you why she's the number 1 all-around cowgirl in the state. From Yoder, Hadley Thompson.
She knocked one down there.
Oh, and just like that, both of the top 2 girls in the pole bending knock it over, and we have our top 10. How about that? Tessa Sanderson, her 21.285 from round performance number 1 holds up, and she finishes first. Aislinn Broman will finish second. Audrey Kremer from Cody, big pickup for her. She was knocking on the door in 5th place to possibly threaten for a championship qualifying spot to go to nationals. Tally Engel is 4th. Shada Lesmeister 5th. Abigail Olson 6th. Gracie Hardiman, Catherine Weiss, and Jamie Adamson, as well as Jada Graves, rounding out our top 10. As we get set for the saddle bronc riding, our saddle bronc riding brought to you by My Life Financial. Life changes, and with that, so does your insurance needs. Let the people of My Life Financial help you out. We'll have that phone number in a minute as we get set for the saddle bronc riding.
That number for My Life Financial is 435-557-3170.
So it looks like we're going to get started at shoot. Looks like judging from the action, it's going to be the family. I can't see what the banner says, but it's family something shoot. It's the first one on the right bank.
He's a great voice and reason on the board. We're sure blessed to have him in the Wyoming High School.
As we get ready for our first rough stock event of the season, or of the state finals. Tessa Sanderson, though, from this morning, holds up all the way through some heavy hitters and gets the win in the pole bending.
I think 5/1000ths of a second is pretty close. When she beat Aislinn Roman by
5/100ths of a second. It was incredibly close. As we get ready for the saddle bronc riding, let's go ahead and show you our saddle bronc riding state standings.
Of the National High School Rodeo Association, plus she's been the secretary for the Wyoming.
Jake Schlappman of Gray Bull leads by 10 over Rody Marsh, Ryan Nunn third, Colby Smith fourth, Wyatt Knight fifth, Cole Creekmeyer in sixth, William Rome Prophet seventh, and Ty Scarborough eighth.
Again, Saddle Bronc is brought to you by My Life Financial. Life is always changing, which means your insurance needs change also. My Life Financial in Evanston, Wyoming can help with your insurance needs. Call My Life Financial at 435-557-3170.
Trying to find out who our first saddle bronc rider is going to be. It looks they're going to be coming out of that first chute on the right bank. Getting ready for the first rough stock event of the state finals.
Are you ready for it?
I am totally ready for it. This is actually my favorite event too. This is, I've said it so many times on broadcast, it is poetry in motion. It's Jake Schlappman, the number one man in the state, to lead things off.
Great Wyoming cowboy, Jake Schlappman.
In the blue shirt, on his bronc ride now. Gray Bull is where he calls home.
First thing you got to watch for with these cowboys coming out is their heels have to be on the shoulders on that first land.
Here we go, and Schlappman, great man to kind of show you how it's done. Nice paint horse comes out, and here we go. And look at this, yeah. A great bronc and a great bronc ride. Jacob Schlappman. That is going to be tough to beat. Wow. What a great horse for Schlappman.
The crowd certainly approves.
Heads up down the chutes, guys. Heads up. Heads up.
And that paint horse took Jacob Schlappman for a ride, and I'm telling you right now, that is going to be a high bar and a tough mark to beat.
Well, unofficially, we're going to be 65.
65 points for Schlappman.
Jake Schlappman. We're going to move down to Colby Smith.
That'll now bring up Colby Smith.
Colby Smith from Burns, Wyoming.
Over in the middle chute on the right-hand bank. Out of Burns. But Schlappman putting it on that one there.
That was one of the prettiest rides I've seen in a while.
Well, you're not going to see much better at the high school level either.
No.
And the way that bronc just kind of stalled and did what they call a crow hop, that is exactly what you want if you are a bronc rider. It gives you a chance to show off. Jacob got hung up a little bit. If he can continue to spurt through that move, that score is astronomical.
Well, we'd like to Sandy Bob and Jet Johnson coming here and being the pickup man. They do a lot of rodeos for us. We certainly thank them for coming and being the cowboy lifesavers.
So that'll now bring up Colby Smith from Burns.
Folks helping us out. Love to see it.
Colby.
Once again, it's going to be Colby Smith. He's going to be coming out of chute number 5.
Here we go.
Here we go. Oh! And
that horse took a right when Colby took a left.
Yep.
Not going to work there.
Smith, number 4 in the state. That's a big buck off. And unfortunately, it's a no score for Colby Smith. That'll now bring us to Wyatt Knight from Gillette. As they work on getting that bronc out of here. Good to see Colby, though, get up from that. He kind of got hung up in the stirrup as he got bucked off there. That is never a situation you strive to be in, but he seems to be all right.
That makes everybody's hearts in the stands beat just a little bit slower for a minute.
So a 65 by Jake Schlattman is your leading score in the saddle bronc ride.
We're going to move into the goat tying after this.
It'll be goat tying right after this.
Wyatt comes in as the number 5 cowboy in the state right now, so just got a little bit of an opening to move up here.
Number 3 of 8 bronc riders. And this bronc not wanting to cooperate.
That's 2 in a row that want a little extra airtime.
Yeah. I believe they said that was Jet Johnson, one of the pickup men. And if that's the Jet Johnson I'm thinking of, that's a NFR qualifier right there. And they're going to escort that horse out. Say, hey, you did good.
Outstanding job, you two.
You did your job, now go home.
Yep, go enjoy some feed in the in the sunshine now. I'll now bring up Wyatt Knight from Gillette.
Good job, you two. Thank you. Well, we're going to move down to Wyatt Knight. He's going to be driving down the chute.
Now he's got the okay, climbing on board his bronc. Again, that mark out is so important. The spurs need to be on the shoulders of that horse the first jump out. Wyatt Knight comes in number 5, and with Colby Smith bucking off, a chance to make up a little bit of ground here. 65 is the score to beat by Jake Schlattman, the number 1 man in the state.
You'll see it if he doesn't mark out correctly. The judges out there in the striped shirts will throw a yellow hanky, very similar to a football penalty.
Yep.
We sure appreciate their input, their non-biased input on the board. We're sure thankful to have each and every person that's involved with our Wyoming High School Rodeo Association.
Here we go. It is Wyatt Knight. Oh! Lost his saddle there. Lost his seat, and that's the end of the day for Knight. Let's check out that on the Cowboy Days replay board right here. Wyatt Knight, good looking mark out. He just gets launched out of the saddle, and it's game over for Wyatt Knight.
That's going to move us to Ryan Nunn.
I'll now bring up Ryan Nunn, who won the saddle bronc riding first time we were in Rock Springs. He's in that first chute on the left bank.
Once again, thanks to Jet Johnson, Sandy Bob.
Ryan comes in as your number 3 cowboy in the state.
And with one leading,
those guys. Good work, fellas.
Got to make up, if you're going to make up some ground, 65 points, a pretty beatable score. That bronc that Schlattman had was nothing but class, really.
I think any PRCA cowboy would have been happy to be on that horse.
That's the thing. High school rodeo and pro rodeo, it's not as big of a jump. It's a jump, but it's not as big of a jump as you would think for most sports. It's a huge jump between high school football and the NFL. But the difficulty level of this sport is so high just to begin with that it's not a big jump between the PRCA, the college ranks and the high school ranks.
Absolutely not. You'll see a lot of these kids come out at 18 and get their PRCA cards.
Yep.
They're off and rolling.
And you see 18-year-olds make the NFR too. Of course, for the uninitiated, the NFR is the National Finals Rodeo. That's where the sport of rodeo, pro rodeo, crowns their world champions. 10 straight days of rodeo under the lights in Las Vegas, Nevada. No place like it on earth in the month of December.
I'm having a blast with 5 straight days here. I can't imagine 10 days.
Right, here we go. Oh, look at that rear out. And trying to stay with it. Oh, his free hand came down, and that's an automatic disqualification. And Nunn lost his boot, but he seems to be all right. But that was a massive rear out by that bronc. Did they just say that bronc is going to the national high school finals?
I thought I heard that, but I wasn't going to say it, so I'm glad you did.
That is going to be a fun bronc to watch in Gillette next month. So Schlattman with a chance to extend his lead in the state standings. Cole Krickmeyer of Jackson, or check that. Was that?
I think we skipped Roddy Marsh. Oh, here's William Roan Profit.
Yeah, this is William Roan Profit was not at the rodeo in Rock Springs we covered. Judging from his points, wondering if he had a bit of an injury in the fall, and he qualified here. That was Ryan Nunn, correct, on that last ride?
That was Ryan Nunn.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're going off of what we're hearing from the PA announcer here at Sweetwater Events Complex. By the way, we met him during the cutting and rein cow horse. Just an absolutely wonderful man.
Perfect gentleman.
Yep. All right, William Roan Profit from Diamondville, which is over by Kemmer, which is about a 35, 40-minute drive away. So maybe a little bit longer than that. It's about 35, 40 minutes after you exit the interstate. So maybe it's about an hour.
Bronc riding runs in the Profit family as William Roan's older brother Donnie is at University of Wyoming and also winning some PRCA rodeos this year.
Big PRCA rodeos at that.
There's one in California. I can't remember exactly which one it was.
Was it Red Bluff or?
Red Bluff,
yep.
I believe.
First chance for us to see Profit in person. And here we go. Good mark out. And look at this bronc. Oh! And Roan just kind of gets thrown forward a little bit. We'll check it out on the replay board right here. But Roan had a really good start. And look at this. That white horse just kind of slings him forward. But Roan kind of got flung down a little bit. And his momentum is going down when the horse is going up. And that's usually a recipe for disaster in the bronc ride.
Just got a little too far pitch forward on that second jump.
Yep. As we
it looks like we're going to go Ty Scarborough.
To Ty Scarborough.
I believe is next. They haven't told me any different. We're going to go with Ty. No?
Hold on.
Okay, we're not. Cole Rodeo.
And where are we going? About to find out. 3 bronc riders left. Sorry. Cole Krickmeyer, Ty Scarborough, and Roddy Marsh. Roddy, the number 2 bronc rider in the state.
Ty Scarborough was no score. Now we're going to go with Roddy Profit.
Oh, so that was Ty Scarborough that we just saw. Now we get William Roan Profit.
Okay, now we're going to go with Roddy Profit.
Here we go.
Ty Scarborough was
so Ty Scarborough was our last bronc rider. Here's Profit, and look at that. Oh!
Same result. Dang it.
And unfortunately, got kind of upended a little bit there as we look at this on the Cowboy Days replay board. Roan Profit. He tried to spur that thing. He didn't hang up.
He tried.
I'll now bring up Cole Krickmeyer.
Cole Krickmeyer, Jackson Hole, Wyoming.
Out of Jackson Hole.
His daddy was a heck of an all-around hand. Rodeo for the University of Wyoming by way of Nebraska.
As Cole Krickmeyer comes in to the state finals, ranked number 6 in the state. And with Wyatt Knight, Colby Smith, Ryan Nunn all getting bucked off, a chance for him to make up some ground. And the average could look very, very interesting with only 2 bronc riders left and the potential of, at best, only 3 qualified rides.
You know, you want to win this right here and you want to win the state, but to get to the nationals, you only have to be in the top 4. So we'll see some movement here.
Of course, they're doing 15 points to the go-round winner, and then you take a point and a half away from that throughout the top 10. Actually, it'll be but of course in this event only 8, so it'll be the top 8 if you have a score. And so you minus that, or you add that rather. And so there's 15 points, 3 rounds, 45 points, and then there is an average. Best combined score on 3 head, or best combined time on your 3 runs if it's a timed event. And the winner of that will get 15 points as well. So a possible 60 points you could get here at the state finals.
So go see Mr. Ken Pearson down there. There's also
waiting to find out who our next bronc rider will be. It'll be Ty Scarborough.
I believe this is Cole Crickmeyer.
Yep.
Cole Crickmeyer, you're going to be up here.
Yeah, Cole Crickmeyer coming out of chute number 2, the Valley Bank chute. Settles in there. And here we go. And he's going to get, he might get a reride for that one as the horse ran into the chute. And see what happens there. Cole Crickmeyer, though.
Started and ended pretty dang quick. Did we get a reride on that when we fouled?
And it looks like we got a foul, so a reride for Cole Crickmeyer. We'll have that probably during the bareback riding a little bit later on. But yeah, that horse ran into the front of the chute, immediately interrupts your timing, takes away any possibility of a mark out. So he was fouled at the gate, and he'll get a reride, and now that'll bring up, it's either going to be Ty Scarborough or Rody Marsh.
Should be Rody Marsh. Ty Scarborough went the first time we thought it was Profit.
So this is your final bronc rider. Rody Marsh will be our final bronc rider in the My Life Financial saddle bronc riding. Marsh comes in as the number 2 saddle bronc rider in the state, trails Jake Schlattman in the state standings by 10 points. It could be even more if Marsh does not make the whistle, so a clutch situation here for the man from Minotaur.
Or he could tighten the race if he gets above a 65.
Yep. So we will get the Cole Crickmeyer reride during the bareback riding.
Once we get the goat stake, girls be ready. We're going to come through that north gate, I believe, the H&W brand Hutchinson gate. Morgan Watch, you're going to be first out.
Rody Marsh trying to settle in there. Number 2 in the state. Chasing Jake Schlattman, and Schlattman showing you why he is the number 1 saddle bronc rider in the state, only qualified ride. He could have a huge lead after today if Marsh does not make the whistle. Right now it's a 10-point lead. It could grow to 25 points.
That horse is not wanting to settle in that chute.
You want it standing up and straight to give you the best opportunity. It's all about preparation and timing in the rough stock events. Here comes Rody Marsh. Good looking ride here, Marsh. Good spur ride here. Keep it up, Rody, as he is tapped here. He might get Schlattman in a great ride by Rody Marsh.
At the right time, good ride, Cowboy.
So the top 2 men in the state are going to be the top 2 in round number 1. The question is it Marsh or Schlattman? A 65 by Schlattman is the score to beat? Let's find out. And he's the leader in the bronc riding. A 70-point bronc ride for Marsh. And we still have the Colt Kriegmeyer re-ride to come, but Marsh currently holds the lead, as we'll show it on the results board. Brody Marsh with a 70-point ride. Currently in the lead. We still got a re-ride to go from Colt Kriegmeyer. And when that comes in, but a great opportunity for Kriegmeyer to get in there and get some points. But it is Brody Marsh with the lead. 70 points. Jake Schlappman with 65. As we move on to the GOAT tying here, brought to you by Evanston Cowboy Days.
Evanston Cowboy Days, PRCA Rodeo.
Donated $1,000 scholarship.
Biggest little rodeo in the West in Evanston, Wyoming over Labor Day weekend. Catch Chancey Williams on Friday night to kick it off, September 1st, followed by PRCA Rodeos with a host of other family fun events from September 2nd through the 4th. Visit EvanstonCowboyDays.com for the schedule and to buy your tickets.
I love me some Chancey Williams.
Oh, who doesn't?
Reigning Rocky Mountain Country Music Association Entertainer of the Year. That's just cool to think about, that there's a Rocky Mountain Country Music Association Country Music Awards, and Moorcroft's own Chancey Williams is the Entertainer of the Year.
And he's going to be in little old Evanston on September 1st.
Not very little when you think about where he came from in Moorcroft.
That's true.
That's the GOAT sign, brought to you by Evanston Cowboy Days.
Foundation Scholarship.
First up in the GOAT tying, it'll be Morgan Watts out of Eden.
Well, thank you, Kevin.
And let's check in with where we put a pin in the GOAT tying last time. It is Rayleigh Caldwell with a 0.06 of a second lead over Hadley Thompson. So the top two have already come and gone. And Caldwell, number 2, in an absolute race with Thompson. But Thompson keeps it very, very tight. In order to be in the top 10, you got to just basically be faster than 15 seconds, and you're definitely there. But it's going to kick off with Morgan Watts, Casey Carr, Rosalind Herron here in the GOAT tying. As you can see, they are getting the GOAT kind of set up there. Man, it turned into a beautiful evening.
I went from shivering to getting a sunburn.
It is a pleasure to have you along here at the 2023 WHSRA State Finals Rodeo. Round number 1, performance number 2. We're going to have our round 1 champions after tonight. And some things will change in the state championship picture, no doubt.
For sure.
Don't know if we'll see any lead changes. Maybe in that steer wrestling competition coming up where you've got 4 separated by 10 points. So
I'd be a little disappointed if we didn't see something change there.
And that's also going to have a huge effect on the all-around cowboy race. It's 2 timed event cowboys going at it. Of course, Chase Mayfield, the number 1 man in the state in the steer wrestling. Talon Larson, the number 1 header in the state.
Here comes Morgan Watts.
And here comes Morgan Watts. You're absolutely right. This is the event where they dismount the horse, flank the GOAT tied on the other end, and a quick time.
Great run here, Morgan.
It's going to be in the top 10 for sure.
How about a 7.12?
7.12. And
here at number 2. Rosalind Herron here on that.
7.12. Looking for the scoreboard from the go tying earlier.
Thank you, girls, for being
That'll put her in third.
Third place, so good job there by Watts. But everybody's chasing the 6.72 by Rayleigh Caldwell in the morning.
There's Casey Carr out of Jackson.
Wraps it up and stops the clock.
Well, we're going to be at 10 and 02 here at 10.02.
10 and 02 for Casey Carr.
I'll now bring up Caitlin Moore in the goat tying. Moore comes in as the number 4 girl in the state. She could definitely logjam herself in there with those other top 2. We might see one event we might see some movement in is the pole bending, as both Caitlin Moore and Hadley Thompson took a 5-second penalty. If you'd have told me that going into tonight, I would have said you're crazy.
If you would have told me one of them would have done that tonight.
They got a feeling tomorrow night, tomorrow morning actually is when they'll run the poles. They're going to bounce back big time. Here's Caitlin Moore from right. Number 4 cowgirl in this event, and stops the clock.
Good run here for Roslyn. How about a 9 and 08?
I'll check that was actually Roslyn Herring. Now here's Caitlin Moore.
You'll finish this out at 9. Then we'll go into tie down. Cash Teague, Ryder and Kyler, Cade will be your top 5.
So here's Caitlin Moore. Moore with a good dismount. Quick flank. Number 4 in the state. Oh, got a little caught up in the tie. And Moore just kind of walks back with her hands on her hips.
9:03 here at 9:03 for Caitlin Moore. Abigail Olsen, you're going to be up here at 5. Brady Fountain, you're going to be on deck 8.
9 and 03 for Caitlin on that one.
That will put her in the top 10. Where exactly? Looks like Moore.
Number 5.
Goes into number 5, yep. That'll bring up our next cowgirl, Abigail Olsen from Sheridan. Olsen, a great all-around hand, comes in looking for her first big result in the goat tying. Bit of an early dismount. Good flank. And the clock stops.
Well, we're going to be at 10:02 here at 10 and 02.
10 and 02 for Olsen. I'll now bring up Grady Pendleton from Manila, our next cowgirl up. And they are blowing through this field of goat tires. And it looks like Caldwell 6-72 is just might hold up. We had a feeling it really could too.
Absolutely.
Here's Pendleton from Manila. Just a hop, skip, and a jump away from Rock Springs. Nice run by Pendleton.
I think you're going to like this, Grady. How about a 7 and 98?
7 and 98. That'll put her in 4th place. And with
You'll be on deck, Devin Cole. You're going to be in the hole at number 9.
I lost my place on it. With 3 to go, she's guaranteed a top 10 finish.
She is.
Here in round number 1. So that's going to be some valuable points. Oh, we got the Hippies and the Cowboys from Cody Jinks going on at the
I knew I liked this rodeo.
Yeah. That'll now bring up Aislinn Vroman from Riverton. Vroman, it's off. Struggles a little bit gathering those legs, stops the clock.
Well, we're going to be 10-16 here, 10.16.
10.16 for Vroman. I'll now bring up Carly Peterson, then Devlin Cole will be the final goat tire in round number 1. And Rayleigh Caldwell and Hadley Thompson will continue their epic battle in the state championship picture. Again, we will have updated state standings, unofficial state standings, after the round tonight in our part of our post program. This is Carly Pearson, struggled a little bit with the tie and waiting for
well, we're going to be at 13:52.
The clock. It'll be a 13:52. And now Devlin Cole, the final goat tire. And then it'll be on to the tie down roping, where Jace Mayfield leads with a 9-second run. Devlin Cole from Sheridan, the final goat tire. Here she comes. And stops the clock.
Well, that's good. How about 9-28?
9-28 for Devlin Cole. And that will finish the goat tying. And that 9-28 will put her into the top 10. Waiting for that to show up officially. There it goes. And let's go ahead and show you our final standings here in round number 1. Rayleigh Caldwell of Gillette, number 2 Cowgirl, comes into the state finals trailing by 3 points, wins the round. Hadley Thompson, who she is chasing, finishes second. Morgan Watson, third. Grady Pendleton in fourth. Katie Rice in fifth. Caitlin Moore in sixth. Roslyn Heron in seventh. Devlin Cole in eighth. Casey Carr in ninth. And Abigail Olson wraps up the top 10 here in the first round of the goat tying. That'll now take us to the tie down roping, where Jace Mayfield holds a lead with a 9-35. And it is a big gap back to second place, as you can see.
And our junior high shirt sponsors, Gillette High School Rodeo Club and CL.
Over 3 seconds separating first and second, so a lot of wiggle room to work in there. Corey Baumhoff, the number 1 tie-down roper in the state, sits in second. Mayfield chasing him is number 2 right now. But Mayfield with that 9-35, that's going to be a tough time to beat Matt Petrie. And this is the event you really love.
I do love this event, and I expect, just from what we saw in the goat tying, there was a lot of movement in the top 10 that we already had. And I would expect the same here. Of course, tie-down roping is brought to you by Les Schwab Tire Centers. Les Schwab Tire Centers, home of the best value promise.
Les Schwab Tire Centers,
well, it looks like we're ready
presenter of the tie-down roping. Bring up Cash Reynolds to start things off.
Judge on the horse with his timer. Once again, we have Marty Jeanrou, Wade Wolstenholme as our judges. We're thankful to have them up here. 2 professionals, 2 of the best in the business. Glad to have them in our Wyoming State High School finals.
As we get set here, first tie-down roper will be Cashton Reynolds from Rosette. Cashton comes in.
Looks like we're getting the barrier strung up there. Cash Reynolds.
trying to break into that top 20, but Reynolds, the teammate of Talon Larson, they hold the lead in the team roping right now.
That 7-second lead, right?
Yeah, that's a 7-second run.
7-second run.
Here we go. Reynolds misses that one, and he is going to take a no time to start the tie-down roping.
You're going to be here at number 2, Ryder Mormon. You're going to be on deck, Kyler Clark, Kate Thor.
I'll now bring up Teague Goodman from Green River, our next cowboy up. Green River, only a 10-minute drive from Rock Springs.
Hey, Thor, hold up at the line there just 1 second, please.
Ryder Mormon on deck, Kyler Clark in the hole, Cade Thar, then Royce Breeden, Jim Coxville, Cody Hayden, and Glade Parker will be the next few to go. This is T. Goodman from Green River on Tough Enough to Wear Pink night, a widely known thing in the sport of rodeo. Every rodeo has a night that is designated as Tough Enough to Wear Pink, where all the competitors, the workers, some of the fans wear pink in recognition of breast cancer awareness. I brought my pink shirt expecting there'd be a Tough Enough to Wear Pink night. I just didn't get the memo that it was tonight.
You know, and mine's about 100 miles away from me.
And, just missing that one is T. Goodman. I think I'll wear my pink shirt tomorrow morning.
There you go.
We'll just call it that.
Better late than never.
Yep. And it's in no time for Teague Goodman. Next up, it'll be Ryder Mormon. Our next cowboy up. Mormon, number 22 in the state right now. Would like to make some moves. And it all starts right here, right now at the state finals. Bigger point payouts, an average worth the same amount. 3 chances to earn points if you make the short go on Saturday. Got to be in the top 15 in the state in order to do that. As Mormon will unfortunately take a no time.
Well, darn it. Boys, not starting off very good. It's going to be another no time. 3 up, 3 down. Kyler Clark,
and that'll now bring up Kyler Clark from Yoder.
Jim Coxville, Cody Hayden. Glade Parker take us through 9.
And one of the things I appreciate the most about tie-down roping is the work of the horse after the calf is caught. Setting down, you can watch that horse's ears. If they're forward, then the calf is caught. If it's missed, those ears will be flat back.
And you'll see the horse start backing up to keep the
rope taut.
Yep. Here we go. Kyler Clark gets a catch here. Throws him down on the flank. Now you'll tie 3 feet together. 2 wraps and a half hitch, or a wrap and a hooey if you're really feeling gutsy. And right now Clark just wanting to get a time here. And he will.
Give that calf 6 seconds to see if it can get up.
Also,
28-68, 28-68.
Also in play is the barrier. Now for the uninitiated, the barrier is, you see that blue timed event chute? In that timed event chute, there is a collar. There's a leash, pretty much a leash and a collar, but the collar is not complete. It's a broken ring tied together by a thin piece of string. When the calf or the steer runs out of the timed event chute and runs far enough to break that string, then the rope in front of the roper's box will release. That is the head start that you have to give the stock in the roping events and the steer wrestling. If you break that head start, meaning you leave the rope, you cross the threshold of the roper's box before that rope is released, then it is a 10-second penalty and it kills your run. And look at this, an early catch here for Cade Thar. This could be big. Thar Has one on it and a real chance. Oh, struggles with gathering the legs a little bit, but an early catch. And he'll finish that one off. Let's take a look at the finish of that run on the Cowboy Days replay board. It caught up on him. Oh. Cade Thar caught that thing early doing his best Speed Williams impression. 2 swings and a throw. As the arena wishes Cade Thar a happy birthday. It's his 17th birthday. Unfortunately, he leaves a little empty-handed here tonight. I'll now bring up Royce Breeden out of Carpenter. Will be the next Cowboy to go. Still chasing that 935 by Jace Mayfield. And still an 1169 in second place.
A lot of room to wiggle in there.
Is it a lot of room, or does it just let you know how special that run by Jason Mayfield is, Matt Petrie?
Well, Matt Petrie's done talking numbers or guessing times today, but I'm going to say there's room to move in there. Somebody could get into the 10s.
Absolutely. After the tie-down roping, we will have the breakaway roping, and then back to the rough stock chutes we go for the bareback riding. As this will be Royce Breeden from Carpenter, our next Cowboy to go.
We do have Clem Foster photography with us here. He is set up underneath the grandstands out there. We're glad to have him here. Clem Foster photography. So go look at your pictures. He's a good guy, and we're glad to have him here. So go purchase a couple pictures from him. Tell me thanks that he's here. Get you some memories.
After Royce Breeden, it'll be Jim Coxbill and Cody Hayden. Cody Hayden, the reserve champion in the boys cutting. I had to pull that one out of my head for a minute. I was like, oh, we know he finished second in something. But keep your eye on Keaton Hayden. Big thank you for joining myself and Matt Petrie live on mylocalradio.com. It's the 2023 WHSRA State Finals Rodeo. Live on mylocalradio.com, presented by Addicted Power Sports in Evanston. And on demand on the Cowboy Channel Plus app.
Whether you're looking for a side-by-side or a street bike or any motorized toy that you're looking for, give Tim or Gunnar a call. They're at Addicted Power Sports in Evanston.
Great guys as well. Royce Breeden, Jim Coxbill, Cody Hayden, Glade Parker, Adam Bellis, Trig Thompson, Bodie Coombs. Quick shot for Royce Breeden. It'll be a no time for him.
That calf just took a sharp left on him, and he really didn't have a chance there.
I'll now bring up Jim Coxbill from Laramie. Town and at a rodeo arena you are very experienced with, Matt.
Good old Hanson Arena. I've been to many a rodeo there.
We appreciate everybody being ready and in the box. Gonna roll right through this.
Coxbill, number 7 of 16 of the tie-down ropers. Can you believe we were getting pelted by rain about maybe an hour ago?
I believe it because I can see the clouds off in the distance, but I'm trying to put it out of my mind.
And Coxbill with a good catch here. Nice flank. Strong flank by Coxbill. He's going to wrap this thing up, and it's good. The horse kind of goes to the other end of the arena, shortening the walk for Coxbill as the calf has to stay tied for 6 seconds. That time can't start until Coxbill gets back on his horse. And we're going to get a time from Jim Coxbill.
Well, we're going to get 12:94.
12:94 for Coxbill.
At number 8. Wade Parker, you're going to be on deck. Adam Bellis, Trig Thompson.
At 12:94, we'll put him in 4th place.
Thanks to Nick and
That'll now bring up Cody Hayden from Gillette. Took second place in the boys cutting. Earlier in the week, we had the Cutting in the Ring Cow Horse event starting on Tuesday with 2 rounds on Tuesday, and then the championship round on Wednesday. Hayden already going to Gillette for the national finals. Nice early catch here for Hayden. Good strong flank. Gathers him up. And a good time. No doubt coming for Cody Hayden. Glade Parker on deck.
Well, we're going to be at 13 and 47 here.
13 and 47. That'll put him into 6th place. I'll now bring up Glade Parker. Glade coming to us from Laramie, number 18 in the States. I cannot believe I'm wearing my sunglasses right now after what we had about an hour and a half ago.
I think I've got enough water spots on mine that I can't even bother to wear them.
Here comes Glade Parker from Laramie. Oh! And that calf just decided to walk through it. It's a no time for Parker. I'll now bring up Adam Bellis, Trig Thompson on deck, and Bodie Coombs will be next.
There's a name to remember.
Trig Thompson coming to us from Cheyenne. Thompson backing up into that roping box. Trying to give himself the best run at the barrier he can. Oh, and he put a early loop up there. But unfortunately, that's going to be a no time.
That was actually
Adam Bellis. Yep. Sorry.
This one will be Trig Thompson.
Adam already going to state, I believe, in the cutting? Yeah.
Yep. He ended up 3rd, I believe.
I'll bring up Trig Thompson from Cheyenne.
And 15 in the average for a total of 60 points they're running at in each and every event. It changes.
And it'll be Bodie Coombs on deck. Hayes Espenscheid in the hole. Jackson Phillips will be 14. Sidwell Peterson will be 15. And then the man who ran away with the boys cutting, Keaton Hayden, will close shop down here in round number 1. This same group of tie-down ropers will be in action tomorrow morning in the 8:30 performance. We'll be live with our pre-performance program at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, where we will have all the fun and games here at the 2023 state finals. Oh, unfortunately, a no time for Trig Thompson.
Good young man right there. He's got a lot of rodeo left.
Young guy, he'll be back for sure. That'll now bring up Bodie Coombs from Wellington, Colorado. Coombs.
15. Keaton Hayden, he'll finish out at 16. Breakaway ropers, we got 4 coming to
from Wellington, number 5 in the States. So this is a top tie down, one of the top tie down ropers in the WHSRA. We've got rodeo cowboys not just from Wyoming, but as you can tell, Wellington, Colorado, Manila, the Pendletons, and Ashton Slaw in the bull riding. They're out of Utah. Good catch here by Coombs. Nice flank here. Realizing why he is a top 5 tie-down roper in the state and stops the clock. That's still a 9:35 by Mayfield, holding up. And it's going to be a time for Coombs. 13 and 57 for Bodie. And that will put him in 8th place. Sorry, 7th place.
Breakaway ropers, Sydney, Melanie, Abigail, Carly, and Gracie. You're going to be the top 5. We're coming to you.
Hayes Espenscheid from Big Piney will be your next cowboy to go. Hayes, one of the top ropers in the state, bar none, and in the tie down, no exception. And that is going to be a no time for Hayes.
Jackson Phillips, you're going to have here 14.
I'll bring up Jackson Phillips from Moorcroft with Sidwell Peterson on deck and Keaton Hayden in the hole. Then we'll move on to the breakaway roping, where things could get really interesting. We'll talk more about that in just a minute.
I might have a prediction for that one.
Jackson Phillips from Moorcroft, our next tie-down roper up. Trying to put himself in the best position possible to make a run at that barrier. Throw an early loop like what we've seen from some of these top guys. Packed house here. It feels like a state championship event. Nice catch here by Phillips. Gets the flank done. And wraps it up. Tries to stay tied for the 7 seconds. But that was a nice early loop there from Jackson Phillips out of Moorcroft.
Moorcroft can be proud of the cowboy tonight.
Oh, he broke the barrier. 12 and 82 goes to 22 and 82. That is a shame. Well, and then there were 2 left. Sidwell Peterson will be next to go. Sid out of Torrington. And then Gillette's Keaton Hayden, the man from Gillette as we called him during the cutting. It's kind of, I guess redundant would be the word you use to say that he's the man from Gillette, considering Gillette is by far one of the most well-represented towns in the WHSRA.
You might have a few arguments from some Cowboys there.
Yep. Saying I'm from Gillette too and all that fun stuff. Here's Sid Peterson. Nice early catch. Peterson chasing this one down.
That calf is giving him all kinds of fits. There we go.
Sidwell. One of the top tie-down ropers in the state, showing you why right there. Waiting for the time.
Well, we're going to be at 17:44. Was we good at the barrier, Thorpe?
17:44, good at the barrier. So 17:44 for Sidwell Peterson. And now here comes Keaton Hayden. Hayden, number 3 in the state, could have a chance to gain some ground, as Jace Mayfield currently is number 1, but there's a big gap between Mayfield and the number 1 tie-down roper in the state, who's currently 2nd in the round in Corey Baumhoff. Mayfield with a 9 and 35, Baumhoff second with an 11.69. Mayfield needs to be faster than 16.64 to get a top 10 finish in round number 1. Or excuse me, Keaton Hayden needs a faster finish than 16.44 to get a payoff in round number 1. Here we go. Keaton Hayden, nice early catch. Calf is on its feet. Matt, check this out. This could be big. Oh, Aiden struggled just a little bit. I think that's going to be faster than the 16 he needed. He should be in the top 10.
Right around here. While we wait for that, we do have a lost little boy over there with Shelly. LB Jenkins, I think his name is. So if LB belongs to you, he would like his mama. So if you know who LB is, he's down there with Shelly. Great run here, 13-03.
13-03
That'll close the gate
for
13-03. All right, we're going to move right into
Keaton Hayden. 13-03, that'll put him in 4th place. So we'll show you those, or sorry, 5th place. We'll show you those standings in just one moment. And there it is, your final standings in round number 1. Mayfield wins it. Corey Baumhoff comes 2nd. Colson Myers 3rd. Jim Coxbill 4th with a 12.94. Talon Larson 5th. Cody Hayden 6th. Bodie Coombs 7th. Jace Rourke 8th. Cody Montgomery 9th. And Jet Longwell will round out your top 10 as we go to our breakaway roping, brought to you by Ready. Safety and excellence in industrial services since 1982. Take a look at the breakaway roping going into tonight after the morning performance. Morgan Watts leads with a 3 flat. With a 3 flat. Brenna Herring is 2nd with a 3:02. Riley Alameda is 3rd. Roslyn Herring 4th. Audrey Kremer 5th. Casey Kosmecki 6th. Grayson Cheney 7th. Shady Lesmeister is 8th. And Cameron Farrell 9th, as we only had 9 times in the breakaway roping.
We need to see them. So please go to the office if you have a Buick car, 17 County 40253. Thank you. This is Sydney Jones. Yes, ma'am.
Sydney Jones with a nice move there. Watts leads with a 3.
Yes. I'm officially a new leader, I believe, at a 2:93.
There it is, 2:93. As Sydney Jones will go first right off the bat and take the lead of the round. Now we got ourselves a breakaway roping, Matt Petrie.
You know what? I was going to make a projection right before this, and Sydney just took it away from me because I was going to say we were going to have somebody in the 2-second range.
All right. I'll now bring up Melanie Vigorin, our next tie-down roper. Or excuse me, breakaway roper. Vigorin coming to us from Pavilion, and she'll take a no time there. And I'll now bring up Abigail Olson from Sheridan. Then after her, it will be Carly Peterson and Gracie Hardiman, Camry Davis, Dylan Thar. That's as far as we'll go. 21 breakaway ropers here in performance number 2 for round number 1. This same group also contains Hadley Thompson, the number 1 girl in the state in this event. And she's got a fairly hefty lead over Catherine Vineyard. As here's Vigorin, excuse me. And she gets a time.
Well, we're going to be at 5:29 here.
5:29 for Vigorin. Or check that was Abigail Olson. Vagorin got in no time, so Abigail Olson with the 5-second run. That'll now bring up Carly Peterson. Next up to go, Grace Hardiman will be on deck. Carly Peterson out of Buffalo. Another town well represented here at the 2023 WHSRA State Finals, brought to you by Addicted Power Sports, live on mylocalradio.com and on demand on the Cowboy Channel Plus app. Oh, what a run there by Peterson.
Well, we're going to be at 3:08 here.
3:08 for Peterson. And that puts her in the round, 3:08 in fourth place. Here comes Gracie Hardiman, our next cowgirl to go. Hardiman in the breakaway roping. Comes in number 10 in the state. So definitely knows how to handle this event. From Wilson, Wyoming, which is very close to Jackson Hole. Matter of fact, Hardiman plays high school sports for the Jackson Hole Lady Broncs. There we go, Hardiman chasing this one down, and a good run there, Hardiman. Really challenging there. Do we have a new leader?
Another new leader. How about a 2:72?
2:72 for Hardiman. And she's top 10 in the state and showed you exactly why right there. Hardiman takes the lead with a 2:72. Hardiman, how about that run right there? Let's check it out on the Cowboy Days replay board.
Camry Davis will take no time, just threw it a little bit long.
And there's a replay of Hardiman's leading run as Davis takes the no time.
Thanks for getting ready, girls. We're going to go down to 21. 21, we're going to go into the Bareback bracket.
Camry, let's see, Dylan Tharr out of Douglas will be up next.
She had a heck of a team roping shot.
She did.
Earlier today in performance number 1. After Tharr, it'll be Corlin Slattery, Rayleigh Caldwell, and then Hadley Thompson, the number 1 cowgirl in the state in the breakaway roping. Dylan Tharr from Douglas. Here we go. Tharr. Oh, you could tell she really reached for that one.
Looked like that rope might have slipped a little bit in her hands.
Yep. Unfortunately, it's a no time. I'll now bring up Corlin Slattery. Slattery. Rayleigh Caldwell, or excuse me, this is Corlin Slattery, correct?
It is.
Then Rayleigh Caldwell on deck, Hadley Thompson coming up right behind her. They had a heck of a showdown in the goat tying today as Caldwell came out on top, taking the goat tying and cutting her 3-point lead, or 3-point deficit rather, to Thompson in half. So Rayleigh Caldwell here to go win a state championship. Caldwell with a nice catch. Looked like it hung up a little bit.
3:57.
And a 3:57 for that was Slattery. Now here's Rayleigh Caldwell.
Casey Carr at 12 and Jordan Mormon at 13. Going to go down to 21.
So Slattery with a good run there. Slattery into number 9 spot. Now here's Rayleigh Caldwell from Gillette, back number 100. Won the goat tying by 6 100ths of a second. After the breakaway roping, we'll go back to the buck and shoots for one of the most anticipated races of this state finals. And what a run by Caldwell.
Hey. Dang, girl. How about a 2:69?
2:69. She's your new leader.
Great run.
Carrying that momentum over that she had. And now Hadley Thompson has got to chase that 2:69. She's the number 1 tie-down roper in the state, so you know she's very capable of doing that. But 2:69 for Caldwell puts her now in the lead. You know, you and I talked on the drive to the arena today. We thought the breakaway roping was going to be the one event that you thought could probably get shaken up the most, just with the sheer talent we have in this evening performance.
Wow.
Thompson, really fast as well.
Wow, girls, you come to rope.
What's the
Thompson, you're going to be at 2.72.
2.723 hundredths of a second off of the pace and into second place. That'll now bring up Sydney Odakoven.
You'll take us through 15 and about 5 away.
Although I'm sure it's friendly, I sense a rivalry growing here.
Caldwell and Thompson, this could be a fun week to watch that one.
Thank you, girls, for being ready and getting in the box.
If you missed the goat tying, Caldwell got the better of Thompson by 6 100ths of a second, and now 3 100ths of a second here in the breakaway roping. There's a reason why this is one of the fastest growing sports in the world of rodeo. Sydney Odakoven from Gillette, our next cowgirl up. And what a run by Odakoven! Here we go.
Dang. Hey, girl, how about a 2.54?
2.54 for Odakoven. Wow. 2.54. That'll put her in the lead. Wow. Wow. I am speechless right now, Matt Petrie.
You know, I think we've had 3 lead changes for the number 1 spot in the last 3 contestants.
So after Odakoven, that is now going to bring up
should be Casey Carr.
Yep,
out of
Casey
Jackson.
Carr, yep. Make sure we're spelling it right on as we put her name on the top board. I think we're good. But Sydney Odakoven with a 2.54. We are being blistering fast here in this one.
Here's another one.
And another one.
Wow.
It's contagious in Rock Springs.
Well, we're going to be 2.87 here.
2.87. It seems like now you got to be under 3 just to get points tonight. 10th place, Audrey Kremer with that 3:55. So, man, that is getting tighter and tighter at the top, but it's Sydney Odakoven with a 2:54 But how about that run by Casey Carr? Now it'll be Jordan Mormon, I believe, from Gillette. Here's Mormon. Oh, just can't get a hold of that one. So it's going to be, unfortunately, a no time. That'll now bring up Grady Pendleton from Manila.
Just to give you an idea of this round, our top time from this morning was a 3 flat for Morgan Watts. She is now sitting in 6th place effectively.
Grady Pendleton from Manila next up. Manila, Utah, cowgirl. Man, 2.54. This is getting to be just throw your loop as quick as possible and see what you got. Pendleton nods ahead. Here we go. And an early throw. Oh! Goes on and off the head of the calf. And it's a no time for Grady Pendleton. Tessa Sanderson from Sundance, who won the pole bending and beat some big names. Beat some huge names in the pole bending. Hadley Thompson, Caitlin Moore. So Sanderson, let's see what kind of momentum she can ride in to this breakaway roping.
She's got to be bringing good feelings out of the pole bending.
Here we go. Sanderson chases it down a little bit. And fortunately, it's going to be an illegal head catch. You got to get clean around the neck in the breakaway roping. Looks like Sanderson's going to try to stay in this average and get it to fall the right way. And it's a no time. So that's a no time for Tessa Sanderson. Next up will be Kaylee Hutchinson, number 16 to 21. Hutchinson from Rosette. Kaylee Hutchinson. I'm going to turn that crowd mic down. I don't want to get the music on there too bad. Hutchinson comes in the number 4 tie-down roper in the state.
I'm thinking another 2-second run here.
Possibly. Hutchinson throws early. Yes, ma'am. It was a great-looking run from Hutchinson. The question is she clean at the barrier?
How about this? For a girl that's just started back, we're glad to have her here. How about a 2.31 to go to the
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
The number 4 cowgirl in the state, they said she just came back from injury is what it sounded like. And a 2.31 for Hutchinson. So she is now into the lead.
He really wants to find his mom as well.
So Hutchison
we don't know his name.
Takes the lead.
Here's 17, Chloe Nichols. You're going to be on net. Casey Scoggin. You're going to be on the whole. Casey Jones. Captain Vineyard. So the last little boy over there, he's right in the middle of the grandstand. Somebody's got to claim him. Not sure who he belongs to, but he needs to find his owners.
A great run by Kaylee Hutchison. 2.31. Wow. The average for this competition is going to be insane. Now brings up another one. It's Katie Rice. Oh, and She's going to take a no time, unfortunately.
Well, it's going to be no time here.
I'll now bring up Chloe Nichols out of Boulder. Will be our next cowgirl to go. I am impressed with the tie-down roping we have had here, or excuse me, the breakaway roping we have had here tonight. It's been the highlight of the rodeo so far.
You know, I think that rain came through and cleared out something, because we got the 2-second runs rolling tonight.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, we still got the number 2 cowgirl in the state coming up.
Yep. And number 2 cowgirl, by the way, Catherine Vineyard, she's going to be last. So she's going to want to join the party as well. But listen to the names on this board. This is the who's who of breakaway roping in Wyoming High School Rodeo, and we'll talk about it in a minute. Check this out. Good run, cowgirl.
Good job, Chloe. 3:75.
For
3:75.
Chloe Nichols.
Nice loop.
I will now bring up Grace Scogan.
Here at number 19. Casey Jones, Catherine Vineyard.
But listen to this leaderboard. Kaylee Hutchinson, Sydney Odakoven, Rayleigh Caldwell, Gracie Hardiman, Hadley Thompson, Casey Carr, Sydney Jones, Morgan Watts, and Brianna Herrig. 3 and 02 is 8th place. Carly Peterson, Riley Alameda at 3 and 42 is 10th place.
Did we get our little boy claimed over there yet?
I'll now bring up Grace Scogan from Casper. Tacey Jones on deck. And then Catherine Vineyard with a chance to make some ground on Hadley Thompson. Hadley down in 5th right now, it looks like.
Well, maybe he likes to run away is why he don't have a home.
Hadley's actually tied for 4th right now.
Gracie Scott, we're looking for you here at number 19. Tacey Jones, you're going to be on deck. Catherine Vineyard, you're going to be in the hole.
Here we go. This is Chloe Nichols from Boulder, it looks like.
Well, we're going to be at 3:67 here at 3 and 67.
3 and 67
number 20, Catherine Vineyard.
for, actually, that was not Chloe, that was Gracie Scogan. We were correct about that. And now here's Tacey Jones from Farson. Catherine Vineyard from Lovell on deck. So Tacey Jones from Farson, your next cowgirl up, I believe. Yep. And here she goes. Oh, it just comes off the back of it. And tough luck for Jones. And now Catherine Vineyard will be the final breakaway roper in what has been a round to remember.
We've had 6 runs under 3 seconds.
Can it be 7? Catherine Vineyard, number 2 in the state in the event. Definitely capable of making it so. Vineyard's going to be looking to throw early. 2:31 by Hutchison is the lead of round number 1. Hutchison, number 3 or 4 in the state. She's going to make a move.
I believe she was 4 coming in, but
Vineyard taking her time, wanting to make sure everything is perfect for this run. She knows how big this could be. Here we go. And Vineyard with an early throw. Yes. Oh. And I see a official waving it off. She got a speeding ticket, 13 and 15 the time for Catherine Vineyard. And that ends the breakaway for round number 1. And how about this? Kaylee Hutchison wins it with a 2:31. Sydney Otokoven second. Rayleigh Caldwell third. Gracie Hardiman fourth. Hadley Thompson fourth as well. 6th place for Casey Carr. 7th place for Sydney Jones. 8th place Morgan Watts. Brianna Harrigan 9th. And Carly Pearson wraps up the top 10.
For tonight, we have a very special,
As
important NSL
we get ready for the Saddle Bronc riding re-ride.
Dixie Huxtable, our national director. Dixie has been instrumental in this association for many, many, many years. She became secretary in 1987 and again in 2007.
So the Saddle Bronc riding re-ride, of course, Creekmeyer
has been the president of the National High School Rodeo Association. Just to do the math for you,
starting us off.
Years of service to this
70 points
she is so passionate
is
about
the
high
lead
school rodeo that her first year she
as
took out a
Dixie
personal
Huxtable
loan. Listen to this, folks.
is being
She took out
honored
personal
right
loan
now
to
in
pay for
the
state
arena.
finals, as there was not enough money to pay for it.
We've had a great time working with Miss Huxtable in preparation for this event and this broadcast, that is for sure, Matt.
She's just been such a pleasure to work with, and really was one of the few people that actually made this really possible for us.
She truly looks at these kids as her own and wants only the best.
We interviewed her, and she said that she does refer to every single member of the WHSRA as her kids. So she's very proud of each and every one of them and what they've been able to do.
Do notice and appreciate your time more than you will
as we
ever
get
know.
set
This
for the Saddle Bronc riding re-ride.
To have you supporting us. We love you, Dixie. Please help us give a huge thank
As Dixie Huxtable gets a well-deserved round of applause.
with a nice gift down here.
The Saddle Bronc riding led right now by Rhodey Marsh with 70 points.
The association never has. She has given her time, and she deserves a standing ovation. Thank you so much.
As
to
the
Miss
entire
Dixie
arena
Huxtable.
stands up
We couldn't do
to
it
honor
without her. Haven't been able to do it
Dixie
without her.
Huxtable,
For 36
who
years,
absolutely has gone above and beyond the call of duty as the national director of the Wyoming High School Rodeo Association.
Well, with that being said,
And now we've got some unfinished business in the Saddle Bronc riding. Marsh leads it with a 70. Will he come away with the win, or will Creekmeyer make this a win?
is going to be out. Oh, no, we're going to have her.
Oh, and Creekmeyer just...
This is actually your first bareback rider?
That was Cole with our re-ride.
No, that was Cole Creekmeyer.
Oh, was it?
Yep.
Okay.
Saddle on that bronc as Creekmeyer is okay. So no score. So it's official. Rhodey Marsh wins the Saddle Bronc riding. Only 2 qualified rides. A 70 from Rhodey Marsh and Jake Schlappman with a 65. Now we are on to the bareback riding. Brought to you by Y-High Federal Credit Union.
Y-High Federal Credit Union. Visit Y-High Federal Credit Union, Lyman, Green River, Rock Springs, Cheyenne, or Casper for all your new and used auto loans, personal loans, and business and home loans. Y-High Federal Credit Union, we're with you.
And this is one of the most fascinating races in the state. Let's show it right now. Only 3.5 points separating reigning national champion Tucker Caricato from challenger Rhodey Farrell. This is going to be an event to remember and a great one. Everyone has been talking about the bareback riding coming into this event.
Once again, we're going to go with Kale Roswadowski.
As it'll be Kale Roswadowski to get us started out of Gillette. Kale Coming in as the number 6 Cowboy in the state. As Rose Wadowski gets ready, as we have a picturesque view here. And here we go. The bareback riding is underway at the 2023 state finals. Great job by Rose Wadowski. He'll make the whistle. And see what happens is.
He did ride him, but he didn't mark him out.
Oh, he missed him out. It's a no score for Rose Wadowski. Looks like we're going to shoot number 5.
Get the old bareback horse put away here.
So it's a no score for Rose Wadowski. Next up will be Edwards.
Grady Edwards out of Gillette.
We're going to put Edwards' name on the ready results board. Hoping to give him some good juju. Give us our first score of the bareback riding. Edwards comes in as the number 5 bareback rider in the state. But everybody's going to be waiting to see what Tucker Caricato and Rhodey Farrell do. That is the massive race we got going on here. Good mark out here and a great bronc. Good job here by Edwards. And he'll make the whistle and give us our first qualified ride in the bareback riding. Good looking paint horse there. For the bareback riding, it's the event where you're holding on to basically a suitcase handle, lying down on the back of the horse. And the spur pattern you want is whenever the horse's front feet are down, you want your spurs on the shoulders of that horse. And whenever both feet are down, you want your spurs kind of in the air, kind of kicking like what Edwards just showed us there in a 67 for Edwards. As we'll go to shoot number 6 now.
Well, we're going to move down to Jacob Cook.
Will be Jacob Cook out of Green River. Talked with his dad a little bit before the broadcast.
We're going to go to Jacob Cook from Green River, Wyoming.
Basically a hometown Cowboy here.
Yep. 10-minute drive on the interstate. Once you get to the interstate, it's 10 minutes. But, yeah, you get the idea, folks. Come on. After the bareback riding, we've got the steer wrestling. And then we'll have the team roping, the barrel racing, and then end it with the bull riding. Still a lot of rodeo coming your way.
Oh, man. Don't go anywhere.
And we'll be live tomorrow morning for performance number 1 of round 2. Where that average race will become a little bit more clear. And we'll have updated state rankings. Here we go. Edwards, good looking right here. Good form. Nice job with the free hand, keeping that one out. And he's hanging on for life. He's going to get a score. Great ride by Edwards.
Good job. We'll be looking for some scores here. Edwards Realty LLC is the saddle sponsor for the bareback ride, and we sure appreciate them. As well as Bio Services LLC in Upton, Wyoming.
Check out, that was Jacob Cook. It's like, wait a minute, we just had Edwards. But Cook awaiting his score. Jacob Cook, good ride there. It'll be a 57, putting him in second place for Jacob Cook.
57. We're going to switch pickup horses here real quick.
And they're going to switch horses for the pickup men really quick.
Are we going with Ian next? Is that correct?
I'll now go Ian Smith from Pinedale, is the planned bronc rider. Ian, number 3 in the state. He can get involved in that Caricado Rody Farrell race. Only trails Rody Farrell by 9.5. So
one missed opportunity on a ride offers up a new opportunity for somebody to step in there.
So big ride for Ian Smith, seeing if he can apply some pressure to those top 2 guys, Rody Farrell and Tucker Caricado. If anyone can catch him from the outside, he's your dark horse in this race. From Pinedale. But Tucker Caricado, the leader in the state standings, is your reigning national champion.
Good cowboy from Pinedale, Wyoming. Come on, Ian, bear down.
Could have
Let's get a score.
a very strong saddle bronc riding group at the national finals. And Smith, nice white horse here. Good job here. Great spurring. He's letting this thing have it. And a great ride by Ian Smith.
Good ride.
Check it out on the Cowboy Days replay board.
We're going to have scores for you for
And we'll have a score for Ian Smith in just a minute.
Hey, Ian, how about a 64?
64 for Ian Smith.
Into second, a 64.
That'll put him into second place.
Down to Tucker Caricado.
And now here's the national champion.
This is your
Tucker Caricado, number 1 in the states.
national high school rodeo.
He's in chute number 3.
Bareback champ of the world right here. You're going to see a treat here tonight.
Chute number 3, Tucker Caricado. There we go. And this is a when we saw him ride in April, we knew the quality of cowboy this is. This is a man that is going to be riding in some big rodeos
Just a sophomore. And he is a
in the future. And he's still got a few years left in the WHSRA, and he's already won it all.
Oh, let's go for 2.
Hey, let's go 3. Let's get them all here.
Neck and neck.
Caricado and Rody Marsh, though, neck and neck. Caricado with a 3.5-point lead.
We got a bunch of good kids.
This is the event that a lot of people coming into this rodeo were talking about the most. And it's easy to see why.
Had a great conversation with Tucker's mom before the rodeo as well.
Had some very kind things to say about our broadcast at the Rock Springs Rodeo in April, so we thank her for that.
Once again, if you have that black Buick, 17
Man,
county.
this feels like a national finals quality type environment right now. Great music playing from the PA. Everybody is watching with great anticipation. All eyes on this young man from Saratoga, Wyoming.
Check out the other contestants over on the rail. They're all watching too.
Yep. Everybody is here to see Tucker Caricado, sophomore, national champion. We could be having the same conversation about Hadley Thompson at some point next year. But it's all about Caricado, who's been there. He's done it. He's proved he's the best, and he's going to have to pull out. So now everybody has to wait a little bit longer.
Build the anticipation.
Yep. Flair for the dramatic. I love this sport of rodeo. It gives me goosebumps. And that was a moment that gives you goosebumps.
So they give me a thumbs up down there.
I don't think I've seen you sit still for more than 2 seconds.
Oh.
Yep, we're going to go with Michael Coe here.
Michael Coe out of Cheyenne. At the bottom right now in 8th position in the state, but this is the place you can pick up some points here at the state finals. He's getting set right now. In the lead right now, it is Grady Edwards out of Gillette with a 67.
Well, we're going to get Micah down on his bronc. Got to shoot number 2 here.
And now Micah Keogh, or Coe, excuse me, from Cheyenne. Tucker Caricato, though, immediately on his horse, getting ready for his go-ahead. Now all eyes on Coe. Sliding up on the rigging. And sets up. Nods his head. Here we go. Good. The mark out. Is it there? No. I see a yellow flag there, unfortunately, for Micah Coe. I was wondering about it because he came out. Let's see if we can get it on the replay. Oh. He's celebrating, but just saw the flags. Tough luck for Coe. You can see coming out, his knees are bent. That means he's not in that situation he wants to be in on our Cowboy Days replay board. And it's a no score for Micah Coe. He'll be back tomorrow night, though. And he'll be in the short round, only 8 bareback riders, so he's got 2 more cracks at it. And now here it is, the man everybody's been waiting for. You pay the price of admission for athletes like this. It's Tucker Caricato out of Saratoga. Number 1 man in the state, leading Rodeo Farrell by 3.5 points. What does that say about the quality of rider Rodeo Farrell is if he's going neck and neck with the reigning national champion?
You know, I'm amazed at all the athletes that come out of Wyoming. You talk about Tucker and Rodeo and Hadley and
Jace.
Yeah. No, I'm excited to see what these kids will do at Nationals this year.
Wyoming is going to have a strong team at Nationals this year. That paint horse not wanting to go back. It's celebrating its victory a little bit.
Seen a few of those do that tonight.
And again, all eyes on the young man from Saratoga. Wanting to see this. Tucker Caricato. Rodeo fans remember that name. I have a feeling we'll be seeing him in Vegas in the next 6 or 7 years.
If that long.
Yeah.
He's got 2 years to his PRCA card, right?
Yeah. yeah. Take that back. 3 years. Maybe even pull depending on when his birthday is. You could turn 18 and go on a run. That's what happened with Rocker Steiner last year. He turned 18 right at the beginning of the season and just went on a run.
You're going to want to watch this. He's going to put on a show for you folks.
Tucker Caricato, the reigning national champion, reigning state champion, wanting to do it all again in 2023. Here we go. And look at this ride. Caricato right where he needs to be, spurring this thing like a pro, the future pro he is, and he just showed why.
We're hoping to repeat that in 22-23 in Gillette, Wyoming.
Wow. Goosebumps, Matt Petrie. Goosebumps. And 80 points. That is a PRCA level bareback ride.
That is outstanding. You bet your partner. Good ride, Cowboy.
Check it out on the replay board. This looks like a man who's ready to ride in Cheyenne. He's ready to ride in Calgary, ready to ride in Dallas, and is ready to ride in Vegas, but most importantly, he's ready to ride in Gillette.
I'm going with your guess of 2 to 3 years.
That is going to be a fun time when we finally see that happen. My goodness, an 80-point ride for Caricato. And now Rodeo Farrell knows what he has to do.
Let's not sleep on these next two.
Nope.
Chaz Dewey's number 4 in the state, and Rodeo, of course, is number 2.
Here's Rodeo Farrell.
You bet we're going to go to Rodeo Farrell. You're going to watch his Cowboy. He was a top 10 finisher out there as well.
Top 10 finisher at Nationals.
For the state title,
He's got to beat an 80-point ride.
Outstanding Cowboys and outstanding Bareback riders. We're glad to see it here. They're going to represent the state of Wyoming very, very well out there.
Everybody is very excited to see what these two guys do at Nationals.
All year long. You're going to want to watch this, folks. We got some
Brody Farrell
I'm excited about.
out of Thermopolis. And this is your race for the state championship right here. 3.5 points separate them. Here we go. And Farrell is going to do it himself. You know what? We talk about Caricato looks like he's ready for the big show. I think Brody Farrell is just as ready as Tucker Caricato. Great ride by Brody Farrell. Question is the horse give him enough to get an 80-point ride? That is going to be the big question. Waiting the score for Farrell.
Well, we're going to be
75 points. So, once again, they are right neck and neck. And the PA announcer said most of it was the ride from Farrell. I would agree with that. That was a great ride for Brody Farrell. Now, here's Chaz Dewey. You said don't sleep on him out of Carlisle. Here we go. And a good ride here by Dewey. Hanging on. Keeps pulling, keeps lifted, and that is going to be another qualified ride. The Bareback Riders putting on a show in Rock Springs. Oh, did they say there's a flag?
Well, we're going to be a 47 for Chaz.
47 for Chaz Dewey.
That's going to close the chute gates on round number 1.
And that ends the Bareback riding. And Tucker Caricato wins round number 1. No one is surprised at the top 2. Tucker Caricato with an 80-point ride. Brody Farrell with 75. Those two have been going neck and neck all year, and it may very well come down who draws the horses that allow them to show off the best.
You know, I think the rest of the country needs to be a little bit worried about the Wyoming Bareback team.
Yeah, absolutely. Grady Edwards, third with a 67. Ian Smith with a 64. Jacob Cook with a 57. And Michael Coe, not a 47. That was Chaz Dewey who had the 47. We'll correct that. As we get set for the team roping. Team roping brought to you by Cowboy State Realty.
Cowboy State Realty. With unparalleled industry knowledge, experience, and local expertise, Cowboy State Realty offers the Southwest Wyoming real estate experience you've been looking for. Give them a call today at 307-200-4332.
So Caricato takes home 15 points. Brody Farrell 13 and a half. Grady Edwards with 12 points to his name. Then 10 and a half points will go to Jacob Cook.
Our national qualifier buckle and state average sponsors, Addison Construction Company.
9 points will go to Chaz Dewey. So, Matt, your thoughts on performance number 2 and really the wrap-up of round 1 on most of these events?
You know what? I thought we had a great performance this morning.
Yeah.
And I didn't think it would be topped, but this afternoon they have put on a show.
Absolutely.
I think we end up with 7 breakaway ropers under 3 seconds. You know, we got a chance to see Rhodey Farrell and Tucker Caracato go at it.
I think everybody was hoping to see that.
And I don't know what you paid to get into this rodeo, but it was worth it.
Absolutely.
Up next, we got the steer wrestling, which is probably
Reddit.
The hottest contested event that we've got right now. Jace Mayfield's in first with 109. Carson Ewing second with 107. Bodie Coombs with 105. And Cannon Campbell with 97.
Steer wrestling brought to you by Addicted Power Sports in Evanston.
Addicted Power Sports, whether it's for work or play, check out Addicted Power Sports' selection of dirt bikes, road bikes, ATVs, and side-by-sides. Addicted Power Sports, Evanston, Wyoming, 307-789-7533.
So it's a third place finish for Grady Edwards. That is pretty big for him, as that'll net him 12 points. Ian Smith will come away with 10.5. And Jacob Cook with 9 will help him his case out as well. And Chaz Dewey will come away with 7.5 points.
Colby Smith, Bailey Lane, Jesse Graves, Jimmy Adamson, Hayden Welsh, Nick Albright, and Carson Ewing.
So that is lived up to be every bit as exciting as we were hoping it would be, for sure. Just an absolute fantastic event. As the sun begins to go down and it gets a little bit chilly here. The steer wrestling about to get started. I don't know if we have time to go to a break or not. We're going to keep it right here just in case.
Looks like he's got about half the arena to rake.
So yeah, we will go ahead and take a break. You're tuned in to the 2023 WHSRA State Finals Rodeo, live on mylocalradio.com, on demand on the Cowboy Channel Plus app, brought to you by Addicted Power Sports.
So I assume we're going straight down the line.
We are chasing a dream, one that tests our grit, our faith, our courage. This dream calls us. It unites us. Here's to those who lead this life.
Steer wrestling presented by Addicted Power Sports as we're getting set here. Sorry about that. And Matt, just what has been your favorite here in performance number 1?
You know, obviously love watching the bareback.
Yeah.
Tie down was great, but I think that string of 5 or 6 sub 3 second breakaway roping runs.
That was awesome.
That's got to be my tops if I got to pick right now.
As they keep calling the steer wrestlers.
Once again, we're going to start with Team Goodman.
Got to rake this arena to ensure fairgrounds for everybody to compete on.
Yep.
Cole Kreckmeyer, Carson Ewing, through 6.
All right, looks like the tractor's on his way out.
Yep. As we get set here. Taking this time to update these state standings real quick so we have a little bit of a head start on it at the end of the nights. But man, what a rodeo we have seen so far. I don't think you could ask for really anything more than what we have been treated to tonight.
So turn the tables on you here, and I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but what's been your highlight of the night so far?
It had to be the bareback riding. That was amazing to watch. And yes, you're absolutely right. You knew where that was going.
Here we go with the first run.
And this is T. Goodman.
All right, T, come on, bud.
And
Kick Goodman.
You got a good run started, yes, sir.
There we go.
And he'll end it.
Wow, you rotten piece of fajita meat.
I don't know if you heard what the PA announcer just called the steer, but a rotten piece of fajita meat. Come on, T. Goodman, looking for it.
Go.
Got it.
Way to stay with it, Cowboy.
27-55 by T. Goodman.
He has just started this getting off the horse business. Good job, buddy.
That'll now set the stage for Jace Mayfield, number 1 in the States, number 1 in the all-around as well. We talked about how the steer wrestling could very well determine the all-around.
Right here, you got a good daddy and a good mama. And it shows.
Mayfield, number 1 in the state.
Cole Kreckmeyer, you're going to go on that. Carson Ewing, Trenton Sheehan. You're going to be forward at number 5.
Goodman leads it with a 27-55. Mayfield won the tie down roping. Looking to win 2 events.
Really good at all. But the best part is he is
Here we go.
a great young man.
And Mayfield, early catch. Nice job there. Won't roll over. Stops the clock, and Mayfield will go to the lead. Check it out on the Cowboy Days replay board. Great run by Mayfield. 6:80 for Mayfield.
Douglas, Wyoming, they sponsored the saddle. The snake saddle for the steer wrestling.
So 6:80.
The Taylor brothers.
So that will be your new
Wyoming High School
leader.
Association. They know what it means, and we thank them. And dang it, Jace, he's going to break your reins.
Cole Kreckmeyer should be up next out of Jackson. We saw him a little bit earlier with the re-ride and the saddle bronc.
Yep.
Cole Kreckmeyer, you're going to be up here at 3 when we get the horse caught. Carson Ewing, you're going to be on deck. Trent Sheehan, Dane Humes.
Cole Kreckmeyer, you're right, had that re-ride option.
Thanks, Justin. We appreciate it. Justin helps a lot of these boys out here. That's Jason's daddy. We appreciate it. He's a great guy. He helps me announcing a lot. We've been good friends for a long time.
As it seems like a whole big family here. It's Cole Kreckmeyer. Here he's coming down. Good catch here for Kreckmeyer. Trying to finish him off.
That steer is not wanting to go down at all.
No, it's not.
Get to his feet here. He'll get him all twisted around. Come on, Cole.
There you go.
And there you go. Kreckmeyer gets the time. We'll see what it is.
How about 29.08.
29.08 for Krickmeyer.
That's a win, Cole. 29.08. Carson Ewing, you're going to be here for Trenton Sheehan. You're going to be on deck, Dane Humes, Cody Montgomery.
Here's Carson Ewing, your number 2 steer wrestler in the state.
Only trailing Mayfield by 2 points. You thought the Caricado-Farrell matchup was close. Steer wrestling is always a roll of the dice.
Of course, Carson's out of Douglas.
Carson, state champion wrestler. With the catch here, trying to bring it down. That steer ran him a little bit further into the arena, I'm sure, than he wanted to, as that's a 10-60 for Ewing.
Good job, Carson Ewing. Trent Sheehan, you're going to be here at number 5, Rosette Wyoming Cowboy.
I'll bring up the Rosette Cowboy, Trenton Sheehan.
We'll move into the team roping after this.
And then we'll have team roping after this one is over.
We need to get this steer out real quick. Just hold up 1 second, Trent.
Trenton Sheehan comes in as your number 5 Cowboy in the state, so he's looking to move up to that 4th spot.
Yep.
17 points behind, let's see, Cannon Campbell.
So it is Sheehan, Dane Humes, Cody Montgomery, Cody Cannon, Talon Larson, Bodie Coombs, and Carter Hutchison. And that will end the steer wrestling here in round 1.
Something tells me that's not going to end the steer wrestling competition for the next few days.
Especially when you look at the top 4 all with a chance to get a great catch here by Sheehan. Can he finish it off? Yes!
Nice. Outstanding run. 7-27, 7-27.
7-27 puts him in second in the round. Great job there by Sheehan, who fought for every bit there.
Dane Humes, you're going to be up here at number 6. Cody Montgomery, you're going to be on deck. Cannon County, you're going to be in the whole town Larson. You're going to be 4-way at number 9.
The steer wrestling heating up.
11, then we'll move into the team roping.
Dane Humes out of Moorcroft will be up next. Humes is currently sitting in 8th place, so he'll be making a move this weekend, he hopes.
Definitely the plan there. Humes. Again, you mentioned it, comes from Moorcroft. Oh, and just misses
bucked
that
up
one.
on him.
Bummer. So no time for Dane Humes. Next up is Cody Montgomery from Pine Bluffs.
Cody's sitting in number 6 right now in the state. About 34 points out of that 4th place spot.
Stretching the barrier for this one. Cody Montgomery, Pine Bluffs, your next Cowboy. Here we go. And and the same thing happened there. Just bucked on him a little bit. It's going to be a no time for the Pine Bluffs man, Cody Montgomery. Next up, Cannon Campbell from Shoshone. He comes in as number 4, less than 10 points outside of that lead. This has been incredibly close.
Thanks to the Xfinity 10G network, my little brother's friends won't leave our house. When I was their age, internet was basically no interruptions. It's a pipe dream. They still like my grandpa. Now through July 21st, new customers can get gig internet on the Xfinity 10G network. It's just $30 a month for 2 years when you have multiple.
This is one of those guys that could sneak in from the outside on you, Cannon Campbell from Shoshone. And here we go. Oh, and the steer tripped coming out of the chute. He immediately looks at the official, says, do I get another one? I would think so.
I think so.
Yeah, and then the official does give the go-ahead, so we will get that steer back and we'll try it again. But that was strange. You don't see that very often. But Cannon Campbell made the right decision there, for sure.
Absolutely. I think it's a rodeo that we were at in Utah this year that we saw a couple of calves coming out.
Yep.
Well, in the meantime, Talon Larson, we're going to go with you at number 9.
Talon Larson out of Wellington. Or no, I'm sorry, Gillette.
You're going to be at 11, then we'll go back to Cannon.
Larson.
Talon sitting in the 6th spot right now.
Yep.
Plenty of points available to move up into one of the top 4, though.
As he pulls into the roper's box, the barrier rule applies here as well.
Well, once again, it's going to be Talon Larson here.
As Talon Larson from Gillette will be next to go. Oh, just chased it a little too far. He's going to try to get it. He wants to stay on that average. That is very important if he can do it. The Hazer chasing him in here. Larson right in front of the rail is going to get this done right in front of the audience. Continues to fight. Stay with it.
Stay with him.
And you hear the crowd rooting him on. It's going to be a no time for Talon Larson. I think he's going to throw him just to finish it off, and that's exactly what he does.
Cowboy mentality right there.
Well, we're going to move down to Bodie Coombs of Wellington, Colorado, Cowboy.
I'll bring up Bodie Coombs.
Bodie's sitting in 3rd right now. 4 points out of 1st and 2 points out of 2nd.
As we are still 2 events left. We've got the team roping, which will go by fairly quickly, only 16 teams, and then the barrel racing, and then the bull riding. So still 3 events remaining in our rodeo tonight. And it has been a fun one, that is for sure.
What a way to start a state finals.
Yeah. Bodie Coombs from Wellington, Colorado. He is your next man up. A Wellington, Colorado man. Wrestles that. That's a great run by Coombs. Bodie came in here number 3. 5:59. He goes to the lead. And that makes this a competition as Coombs was out of it by 3 points. But Coombs with a 5:59 is now your leader. What a run by Bodie Coombs.
Moving to the team roping. Hadley Nasa, you're going to lead us off in the team roping.
That'll be Carter Hutchison, the final one to go.
We should get that steer run again for Cannon Campbell as well.
Yep. So the Wellington, Colorado Cowboy now in the lead of the steer wrestling.
Carter Hutchison out of Rosette. He's got a little bit of work to do here, but let's see what he can do on this first one. You know, this used to be known as the big man sport, but some of these guys are a little bit smaller.
It's become the athlete sport, really. I mean, it's kind of changed the way, like, linebacker was in football. Now it's a lot of just big athletic guys and not the big men that you're accustomed to seeing.
Here we go. Come on, Carter.
Oh. And unfortunately, that's going to be a no time for Carter Hutchison.
Well, it's going to be no time for today, but that kid's got a bright, bright, bright future ahead of him.
Young steer wrestler. He'll be back for sure.
Well, I think we're going to go back and pick up Cannon Campbell.
Here's Cannon Campbell. This is a run I think a lot of people are looking forward to just because he did the right thing. He didn't go try to take the run when the steer tripped out. So Cannon Campbell, he currently sits in fourth. He's got a chance.
I got to watch him on his old buckskin horse do some pretty amazing stuff. Usually you can't pull them horses up. I've seen him do it 2 or 3 times. Pull the horse up, let the steer get lined out, and go and low. Come on, bud.
And Campbell takes that one to the other side of the arena and gets a time.
How about a 9:49?
9:49, so that means Bodie Coombs will win the round. And look at the smile on Cannon Campbell's face as he walks back to the arena. Now we go in to our final results in the steer wrestling round. And it is a win for Bodie Coombs with a 5:69. Jace Mayfield second, Trenton Sheehan third, Cannon Campbell fourth, Carson Ewing fifth, T. Goodman sixth, Cole Creekmeyer seventh, and those are the times there. Now we move on to our team roping, brought to you by Cowboy State Realty.
Cowboy State Realty, with unparalleled industry knowledge, experience, and local expertise, Cowboy State Realty offers the Southwest Wyoming real estate experience you've been looking for. Give us a call today at 307-200-4332. It's Cowboy State Realty out of the Bridger Valley in Southwest Wyoming.
As we get set for the team roping, let's show you where we stand on that before we go here. Talon Larson and Cashton Reynolds lead with a 7-19. Hayes Eshman, we talked a lot about a 7-19 run, but Hayes Eshman shot in Nicholas Albrecht 8-75. Good run for them. Griffin Romero and Truett Giroux from Rollins 11-56. Adam Bellis, Hazen Camino fourth. Brody Payne and Dylan Payne, 5th. Dylan Thar and Braxton Burford, 6th. Aiden Ruby and Trenton Sheehan, 7th. Caitlin Moore and Jackson Phillips, 8th. Cooper Jones and Braxton Condis, 9th. Ava Reno and Trick Thompson in 10th.
All right, your first team of team roping coming up is Hadley Thompson out of Yoder and Asa Pixley out of Sundance.
We have heard so much about Hadley Thompson in this rodeo.
Well, I think we're ready here. It's going to be Hadley and Asa.
See what they are able to do here in the team roping.
Here we go.
Good catch by Hadley Thompson. Turns it around. How about this? Oh, one hind foot.
It's going to be a 13 and 20.
Unfortunately, 13 and 20 in the team roping for Hadley Thompson and her partner.
You'll follow at 5.
Asa Pixley. Next up, it'll bring up McCoy and Jet Longwell from Thermopolis will be next to go. That's 7 and 19 from Larson and Reynolds. Sits atop the leaderboard.
Good turn. Oh, boy, we went for the fast one.
Oh, no time. It looks like they lost the dally there. That'll now bring up Aiden Greensman and Cody Hayden, Warland and Gillette, respectively.
Of course, Cody ended up second in the boys cutting to the state. He'll be taking a trip to the national finals.
Yep.
Good turn.
Oh, Hayden can't.
Right off.
No, it came right off. And it's going to be a no time for Hayden. That's okay. Hayden picked up 6 points in the tie down roping.
Here number 4. I believe they're right around that first or second.
Cam Johnson out of Buffalo and Cale Eschenscheid out of Big Piney up next.
Katie Carter Hutchinson, you're going to be on that. Sid and Jay Shepard in the hole. Ace and Ryder. You're going to be 3 away at 7.
Cam Johnson's the number 2 header in the state right now.
So this is going to be a big run here. Taking his time.
Here we go.
And a nice early throw. Good head catch. Looking to clean it up. How about that? Oh, it slipped out. Unfortunately, 13 and 03 for that team. It looked like a good run, but just caught the hind foot.
Katie Carter Hutchinson, you're going to be up here at number 5. Sid Jay Shepard on net. Casey and Ryder, you're going to be in the hole. Sage and Gatlin, you're going to be 4 away at number 8. Casey and Connor, you'll be 5 away at number 9. We'll go down to 16.
As we keep moving along in our tie down roping, it's going by quick.
It is. All right. Kaylee Hutchinson and Carter Hutchinson, both out of Rosetta, are up next.
And nice catch by Kaylee Carter, though, catches the hind foot. That'll be a +5.
12 and 11 for them.
Tonight. Sid Peterson, Jace Mayfield, you're going to be here at number 6, Casey and Ryder.
And now, here comes the all-around leader, I believe. I believe this is Sid Peterson and Jace Mayfield. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So the healer, the number 1 cowboy in the States right now. And Peterson can't put it on. And they're going to go out of the points, and that is going to make things very interesting for the all-around competition, because Talon Larson is leading the round in the team roping. That's going to give him 15 points. We won't have the updated all-around standings tonight. We'll have that tomorrow morning, so you don't want to miss our pre-performance program for all the updated standings. But we're going to have some of the unofficial updated standings.
Here we got Kason Jones out of Powell along with Ryder Mormon out of Gillette.
Oh, and it looks like it's going to be a no time.
Well, it's going to be no time here.
All right, got a hometown cowboy right here from Rock Springs and Sage Romero. The healer would be Gatlin Pendleton out of Manila.
City Oco, Hayden Finner. You're going to be full weight number 11. We're going to go down to 16.
Man, what a rodeo we have seen here today.
You know, with the season standings coming in as close as they were in a lot of these events, all we could expect.
Yeah. Good head catch here. And, just can't clean it up. Gatlin Pendleton couldn't do it. Great head catch by Sage Romero. That'll now bring up Tacey Jones and Connor Weiss.
Both of these contestants are out of Farson.
Keaton and Austin, Jason, Caden, Grady, and Jim. They're going to be about 5 away at 14. We're going to go down to 16.
Halfway through the team roping already.
It has flown by. The whole night has flown by, really. After we got through with our little rainstorm.
They got a running steer here.
Tacey Jones, can't get that one to fall on. It's going to be a no time.
Tacey really had to let that rope fly and just hope it hit its mark.
Glade Parker, Grady Longwell, you're up here at number 10.
Glade Parker is the next header from Laramie, along with Grady Longwell is the healer from Evansville.
10 of 16 teams.
You know, I think that little storm to start actually made us respect this weather a little bit more and enjoy it.
Right. Our next team still in the box. It is Glade Parker and Grady Longwell. Parker, just spun that one off of the head. And unfortunately, that is a no time.
All right, Sydney Odekoven out of Gillette and Haley Finner out of Moorcroft. You're up next. Here's an all-cowgirl team in the team roping.
Yeah.
We've had 5 straight no time, so let's see if these cowgirls can show them how it's done.
And can't put that one on there. It is a no time for.
All right, Keaton Hayden out of Gillette, and Austin Pixley out of Sundance. Keaton Hayden is, of course, your boys cutting state champion this year. He came into the boys cutting with a large lead and did not let up.
No.
I think he ended up winning 8 or 9 straight events to end this year in the state.
Yep. You're absolutely right about that. as we I'll wait to see this one. This is team number 12, Hayden and Pixley.
Good heady catch there. There we go.
And got it. This could be big.
Good run. How about a 7 and 16?
7 and 16.
Shot there, Cowboy.
That's your new leader. Wow.
Chase Wilson, Caden Rankin, you're going to be up here at number 13.
And now
Grady Pendleton, Jim Coxville, you're going to be on deck.
it is
Casey Kosmicki, you're going to be in the hole.
Hayden and Pixley with the lead. You did say 7-16, am I correct? That's the lead, right?
7-1-6, yep.
So how about that? 7 and 16. Now your new top time.
Here we have Jace Wilson and Caden Rankin, both out of Gillette.
Jace with a good catch here on the head. Oh, but he lost the dally. And unfortunately, that's a no time. I'll bring up Grady Pendleton and Jim Coxville, Manila and Laramie. Our next team to go. And we'll go into the barrel racing.
Following Grady and Jim will be Brenna Herring and Casey Kosmicki and Royce Breeden and Kyler Clark. And that'll wrap up the team roping.
Dang, Grady drew the runner.
Grady, loses the dally. It's a no time.
Brenna Herring, Casey Kosmicki, you're going to be up here at 15. Royce Breeden and Kyler Clark, you're going to be on deck.
Go ahead.
Brenna Herring out of Veteran and Casey Kosmicki out of Yoder.
And then it'll be Royce Breeden and Kyler Clark, our final team roping team of the evening, of the first round, too.
Missed the headshot on that one.
And now our final team of the evening in the team roping before we have the barrel racing.
Be Royce Breeden out of Carpenter and Kyler Clark out of Yoder.
Royce Breeden, Kyler Clark. Breeden, good slick head shot, and
he just stepped out of it.
Had the heel catch, and it's a big no time. One of the best teams in the state, out of the average early. That is definitely not what you want, but that ends our team roping. And how about this? Keaton Hayden and Austin Pixley with a 7-16. We thought that 7-19 was going to hold all the way through, but a 7-16 puts Keaton and Haley, or Keaton Hayden and Austin Pixley, your winners. Talon Larson and Cashin Reynolds second.
Thank you again to Sandy Forbes Rodeo.
Hayes Eschenscheid and Nicholas Albrecht third. Griffin Romero, Truett Giroux fourth. Adam Bellis, Hazen Camino fifth. Kaylee Hutchison And Carter Hutchinson, 6. Cam Johnson. Kale Espenscheid is... Oh, sorry, I lost my spot. Kale Espenscheid, 7. Hadley Thompson and Asa Pixley, 8. Brody Payne and Dylan Payne, 9th. Dylan Thar and Braxton Burford in the top 10. So now we get ready for the barrel racing, as we will show you where we are at with the barrel racing. Hadley Thompson leads it with a 17.541. Katie Rice is 2nd. Christian Schwartz 3rd. Dylan Thar 4th. Casey Carr 5th. Stacia Tyneman 6th. Carly Davis 7th. Gracie Hardiman 8th. Faye Hillier 9th. And Caitlin Moore wraps up the top 10. You got to be quicker than 19:022 in order to get points in the barrel racing at this point in time. Our barrel racing brought to you by Uinta Bosse's number 1.
Uinta Bosse's number 1. What are you waiting for? Uinta Bosse's number 1 in Evanston, Wyoming offers college and career readiness classes on-site and online. Visit Uinta Bosse's number 1 at uintaeducation.org. Uinta Bosse's, our barrel racing sponsor.
As Hadley Thompson, currently your leader in the barrel racing.
You know, while we have a minute here while they rake the arena, just wanted to give a shout out to Dee DeLeo from the National High School Rodeo Association. She's the one that we reached out to first when we had the idea of broadcasting these, and she made it all possible. Set up our contacts with the Cowboy Channel so it can be broadcasted there as well.
Yep.
And, from our very beginning of doing this, Dee DeLeo of National High School Rodeo has been amazing to work with.
Dixie Huxtable, of course, the national director for the WHSRA, definitely a huge supporter of us as well, and has given us has bent over backwards and rolled out the red carpet for us to do this. So a big thank you to her.
And especially over the last couple of days, Shelly Thompson from the Wyoming High School Rodeo Association
absolutely
has been so kind in getting scores to us and making sure that we're accurate for our broadcasts.
Valley Foods, Steve Kuhn Construction LLC, Squaw Creek Services LLC, Sheridan Seed Company, Ruby Drilling Company Incorporated, Dry Brand Owners, Powder River Aegis LLC, Heritage Trailer Sales, NTR Supply Incorporated, Mike Shuey, KBP.
Hadley Thompson with the 17.541 leads the barrel racing right now. Earlier in the night, Bodie Coombs with a 5.69 winning the steer wrestling. Jace Mayfield was 2nd. Trenton Sheehan was 3rd.
Well, it looks like we're all ready here.
It looks like we are ready to get started with the speed event, the barrel racing.
Morgan Watts out of Eden will be the first cowgirl up.
As night begins to fall here in Rock Springs. Morgan Watts.
Good around the first barrel.
Yep, good around the first now. Directs that around the second. Here she comes. Going towards the third. Remember, 17.541 is your time to beat. She comes through the eye. 18.181.
18.181. Ray Caldwell, you're going to appear number 2.
As that will put her in 8th place. Here's Jada Graves. Go to round 1. Now sets up for barrel number 2. She went to left, then right last time. Now heads towards the 3rd. She's clean there. Good run here for Jada Graves. Looking for the time. 17.557. And it's just going to be off the mark of Hadley Thompson. That's good enough for second place.
According to the day sheet, you know who that was? Rayleigh Caldwell.
So that was Rayleigh Caldwell.
That was.
No surprise there. Caldwell and Thompson might be setting up for quite the battles. The all-around, I think, is well in hand for Hadley Thompson, especially after her performance tonight. But Caldwell and Thompson just separating themselves here in the barrel racing.
Abigail Olson looks really fast here, though.
Abigail Olson, of course, one of the top barrel racers. Matter of fact, the top barrel racer in the state.
17.540.
And by 1/1000th of a second, she takes the lead. Olson, 17.540 by 1/1000th of a second. She takes the lead. That'll now bring up Jada Graves. But wow, 17.5. I cannot believe that just happened. Graves. Oh, looking good here. 18.739. But Olson.
When the barrel is set, and then we'll drag. After the drag, it's going to be Brenna Cedar, Tasty, Melanie Nasal.
With a 17.540 leads it. And here's another good run. Who's this, Matt?
This would be Camry Davis.
Camry Davis.
Out of Buffalo.
From Buffalo. I didn't get my day sheet out because of the wind earlier, and now it's kind of out of reach as she comes through. 18.572.
Well, we're going to bring the tractor in. We're going to get them smoothed up after the drag. Brenna Cedar, Tasty, Melanie, and Hazel.
Well, that's 17.540 by Olson. Puts it now in the lead. So your top 5 right now, it's Christian Schwartz with a 17.826. Katie Rice with a 17.637. Rayleigh Caldwell with a 17.557. Hadley Thompson in second with a 17.541. And they're all chasing the #1 barrel racer in the States, Sheridan's Abigail Olson, with a 17.540. Literally 1/1000th of a second.
Say it that fast.
Yeah. You can't even comprehend the difference. If this was a horse race, it would go to a photo finish and then another photo finish where you had to zoom in. You'd have to zoom in again just to see the nose hair that crossed the line first. 1/1000th of a second. Are you kidding me? They're dragging right now.
Again, our barrel racing is brought to you by Uinta Bosie's #1. What are you waiting for? Uinta Bosie's #1 in Evanston, Wyoming offers college and career readiness classes on-site and online. Visit Uinta Bosie's #1 at uintaeducation.org. Uinta Bosie's #1, our barrel racing sponsor.
So, as the crowd looks like they're shuffling out, hey, if you're leaving early, turn us on mylocalradio.com. You can see the bull riding and the conclusion of the barrel racing. How's that for a plug?
Couldn't have said it better myself. All right, coming up after they're done raking is Brenna Herring out of Veteran. Cedar Stewart out of Big Piney, Tacey Jones out of Farson, Melanie Vigorin out of Pavilion.
So we said earlier that we would have the updated state standings for you, our unofficial standings. We will have them for some events, not all the events, as we are using the downtime to kind of put them together as fast as we can. But, man, what a rodeo we have seen so far. Rhodey Marsh picking up the full 15 points, and Jake Schlattman only 2 qualified rides. And that makes things very, very interesting going into tomorrow. In the team roping, Keaton Hayden picks up 15 points in the heading standings. As they're dragging right now. A big thank you to each and every one of you for tuning in to mylocalradio.com.
You know, I think one of the interesting things, we saw it start this morning and continue tonight, but the battle between Rayleigh Caldwell and Hadley Thompson.
Yeah.
There's 3 events that they're right next to each other, and I don't think total a second separates them.
You're not lying.
They're hundreds or thousands of seconds. All right, we got Brenna Herring out here around the second barrel. Headed for the third.
And she's clean around 3.
Well, we're in 18.551 here in 18.551.
18.551. For her. That'll now bring up Cedar Stewart from Big Piney. Will be our next cowgirl. Stewart around 1 good. Now settles up, goes for the second. Gets around 2, heads for the first. And she's through the first all right. Heading for the beam, stops the clock with the time of?
Well, we're going 18.949.
18.949. That'll put her in 15th place. Right now, you got to be, Morgan Watts is 18.181 in order to crack the top 10.
You're going to be 3-away at number 10.
Tacey Jones out of Farson's up next here.
Jones with a good second barrel, now comes towards the third. There she goes. And stops the clock. Feels like we've been here for a short time, but it is almost 9:30. But the reason why we're here later than I think we would have been, this rodeo started probably about 40 minutes late, I would imagine.
Jordan and Shada.
Did you catch Tacey Jones' time on that?
I did not. Next up, this is Melanie Vigorin from Pavilion. We'll see if we can get Tacey Jones' time. A great barrel by Vigorin. Leaves that one standing and heads home.
18.379.
18.379 for Vigorin.
Mason Brown, you're going to appear 10 and look at that drag.
And I'll bring up Aislinn Vroman from Riverton, our next cowgirl to go.
All right, here comes Aislinn around the first barrel. Nice tight turn around that barrel. Around the second clean, heading for the third. Around the third and sending it home. We'll see what we've got here for Aislinn.
Right here, 17-936. 17-936. Well, take down the barrels. We're going to drag them up. After the drag is going to be Rosalind Autry and Jordan and Shada.
So we got the time from Tacey Jones. It's an 18:089. Is that 17:936 from Vroman comes in. That should put her in the top 10.
That'll put her at number 6.
So good job there. And Tacey Jones into 8th with that 18.089 as we continue to drag. As the wind continues to blow here in Rock Springs. But then again, what else is new, right?
I was going to say, that might go without saying. But it is Wyoming, too.
Yeah. As they are dragging with our final. Oh, so we got 21. So we are about halfway through the barrel racing. 11 more to go.
Up next, we'll have Rosalind Heron out of Gillette, Audrey Kremer out of Cody, Adriana Hope Fowler out of Cheyenne, and Jordan Mormon out of Gillette.
And then they'll drag after that one. As this has been another night to remember here in Rock Springs for the state finals. Live on mylocalradio.com and on demand on the Cowboy Channel Plus app. Big thanks to everybody for tuning in. As right now you're hearing a little bit of silence as we're working on getting some unofficial updated state standings for the post show, so if you'll excuse us on that, as we're going to go to Rosalind Herring up next.
Rosalind's out of Gillette. And here she comes.
All right. Go to round 1. Comes around 2. Heading towards the final barrel, and now she'll kick it and head for the line.
18.665.
18.665.
Audrey Kremer, you're going to have here at number 12. Jordan Mormon, you're going to have Shayna Westmeister. You're going to be in the hold, and we're going to drag. Adriana Fowler is a notified turnout for anybody in the stands.
Tessa Sanderson. Oh, she got a no time. So this is Audrey Kremer from Cody. Round 1 good. Comes around the second one. Kremer. You can spot her in that blue cowboy hat. Takes a line towards the eye and stops the clock.
We're going to be at 18.568.
18 and 5.68.
Jordan Mormon, we're going to go with you. Jordan Mormon, we're going to go with you.
Jordan Mormon will be next. As she comes around. Go through 2 now. Looking for that third. And looking to bring it home. Jordan Moorman.
Good round here, 17-7-1-5.
17-7-1-5 for Moorman. Here's Shayla Lesmeister, excuse me.
And Tiana.
Shayla Lesmeister out of Rosette, Wyoming.
And a good move here for Lesmeister. Good around 2. That's 17-5-0 is your leader. 5-4-0 rather is your leader. Set by Abigail Olson, the #1 barrel racer in the state. 17-6-9-0. That will put her in 5th place. As it looks like we're about to drag. And Matt, just real quick, your thoughts on what we have seen so far.
You know, we've seen the lead change tonight. We've also seen several more 17-second rides put in, so it is truly anybody's game this evening.
Absolutely. As we are approaching 9:30. Right now. Our next, sorry, go ahead.
As we come back out of the tractor's done raking here, we'll have Riley Griffiths out of Wheatland, Catherine Weiss out of Farson, Molly Allen from Cheyenne, Adeline Norstegard from Gillette, Tiana Jolovich out of Gillette, and Chloe Nichols from Boulder.
And that's as far as we'll go at this point.
Again, barrel racing is brought to you by UNABOCE's #1. What are you waiting for? UNABOCE's #1 in Evanston, Wyoming offers college and career readiness classes on-site and online. Visit UNABOCE's #1 at unaeducation.org. Again, UNABOCE's is our barrel racing sponsor.
Seeing a few people start to go home, probably because they got to be back here at 8 a.m. We will be too, so join us 8 a.m. tomorrow for performance #1 of round #2. Or we'll decide by the end of tomorrow who is moving on to the short go on Saturday to battle for not only a state championship but a spot on the national finals team for Wyoming. And I gotta say, based on what we have seen from really every competitor today, no matter who's going, Wyoming's going to be very, very formidable.
Well represented. And I would not be afraid to put my money on them in several events.
Yeah. You and me both.
Well, we're going to go with Catherine Weiss.
Catherine Weiss is going to lead things off after the drag.
Then we'll drag and come back with Chloe to finish it out.
Then we'll do a drag and then our final barrel racer, Chloe Nichols, will finish things off after the drag.
Catherine's around the first barrel.
Looking good. Good job grabbing the horn, directing that barrel around. Or excuse me, that horse around that barrel. Oh, and she's going to break the pattern. That is unfortunately going to result in a no time for her. But she leaves with a round of applause nonetheless. Great job by the fans here in Rock Springs.
All right, Molly Allen out of Cheyenne will be up next.
Molly Allen, you're at number 18 out of the North Get ready, three-way. Don't get a drag. Will come out from Chloe Nichols to finish it out.
We're going to drag after a few more barrel racers, just one more time. And then we'll have the bull riding. The first time we've seen the bull riders in the state finals arena this year.
Northwind Industrial Specialty.
Molly Allen on around the first barrel.
Saddle sponsor for the barrel racing. We want to thank them. Out of Gillette, Wyoming, we certainly
Goes around one good now. Heads for the second. Looks strong there. Or sorry, the third looks strong there. And finishes that run off.
19-344,
19-344.
Out of Northgard, you're going to look here at number 19.
I'll bring up Adeline Norstogard, the cutting state champion. Up next. Out of Gillette, then it'll be Tiana Jelovich, then Chloe Nichols. Your leader, though, it's Abigail Olson, the #1 cowgirl in this event, beating Hadley Thompson by 1/1000th of a second. That is less than a coin flip, quite frankly.
I don't think you could flip a penny over once in that
no.
time.
I've never. Have you ever heard of a barrel race coming down to 1/1000th of a second?
I think we're about to.
Yeah, well, obviously we're there, but before tonight, here's Adeline Norstogard. Oh, bumps a barrel, and that's going to be +5. Oh, and now +10. Norstogard has to resettle and reset. Get ready for the state finals round 2 tomorrow. 27-9-9-4. Now we'll bring up Tiana Jelovich. Only 2 more barrel racers left, and then it's on to the bull riding. Temperature's starting to drop a little bit here in Rock Springs as it is a blustery night. And my phone just died, so I can't look it up. So sorry about that. Tiana Jelovich of Gillette will be the next barrel racer when she arrives. And here she comes. Jelovich rode very well in the girls' cutting. Oh, and the horse kind of stutter-stepped a little bit. It's going to be a no time. Broke the pattern. And unfortunately, that's a no time. We're going to drag one more time. Adeline Norstogard was number 2 in the state, it looked like. No, that's not accurate. Hadley Thompson was number 2 in the state coming in to this one. Jordan Mormon was number 1, actually. So Abigail Olson is actually number 3. And that's actually a horse race in the barrel racing here. No pun intended, of course. As not sure why we didn't sort that column on the barrel racing standings. We apologize for any confusion. Again, these are unofficial standings, but they do give us an idea of what's going on in the state standings situation. So as it sits right now, Abigail Olson looks to pick up 15 points. Hadley Thompson will pick up 13.5. Rayleigh Caldwell looks to be in third and pick up 12 points. In fourth right now, it's Katie Rice out of Buffalo. She looks to pick up 10.5 points. In fifth, it's Shada Lesmeister. She looks to pick up 9 points for Shada. In sixth right now, and this is with one more to go, Jordan Mormon, your number one barrel racer in the States. She looks to pick up 7.5. In seventh, it's Christian Schwartz. She looks to pick up 6. In eighth, you have Aislinn Vroman. She currently looks to pick up 4.5. Of course, out of Riverton. That's a good pickup for her considering she came in to the finals. Number 19 in the state. Rayleigh Caldwell, number 18 in the state, looks to pick up a huge point haul. And in ninth right now, Dylan Thar.
Of course, Chloe Nichols, that's about to enter here, is fifth in the state, so she can change all of this.
Absolutely. And at 10th right now, Tacey Jones out of Arsenal. Let's see what Nichols does here.
She's good around 1.
Looking good around 2. Now centers up and heads for 3. The Boulder Cowgirl challenging for the lead. Will it be enough? Waiting for the time.
Well, it is 17-8-24.
17-8-24 for Chloe Nichols.
Well, let's get it.
And that will put her in 7th place. So Chloe Nichols will officially pick up 6 points.
That was a little late start today, but we've been rolling right along. Going to move right into the bull riding.
So she officially picks up 6 points. That will bump Christian Schwartz down to 4.5. And that will bump Aislinn Vroman down to 3 points. And in 10th place is Dylan Thar tonight. But how about the barrel racing as Chloe Nichols comes in 7th place, picking up 6 points, making sure we got that correct. Yeah, we do. So let's go ahead and show that on the scoreboard. How about this? Olson wins it with a 17.540. Thompson second, 17.541. Caldwell third, Rice fourth, Lesmeister fifth, Mormon sixth, Nichols seventh, Schwartz eighth, Vroman ninth, and Dylan Thar rounds out the top 10. It's now time for the bull riding, brought to you by Addicted Power Sports.
Addicted Power Sports, whether it's for work or play, check out Addicted Power Sports. Selection of dirt bikes, road bikes, ATVs, and side-by-sides. Addicted Power Sports in Evanston, Wyoming, 307-789-7533. There's another battle brewing in the bull riding.
Always.
Which would not be any different than any other event tonight.
No. And you got to make 8 in order to even think about round points. So this could get very interesting over the next couple of nights. Right now, your number one bull rider in the state. Let's go ahead and show you where we are there. Your number one bull rider in the state is Brenson Bartlett from Cheyenne. He's got just around a 13-point lead. So if he bucks off and Hayden Welsh wins the round, Welsh could overtake him. So, yeah, that's how that looks right now.
Ashton Slaw is in third, just 11.5 points behind Hayden Welsh.
Yep.
Aiden Ruby out of Riverton is only 3.5 points out of third place. Owen Monfeld's just 11 points behind.
It'll be the Cody Bull Rider, Owen Monfeld in chute number 4. And we're going to zoom that camera in a little bit more. But Monfeld getting us started in the bull riding in 2023 for the WHSRA State Finals Rodeo, round number 1. Brought to you by Addicted Power Sports, live on mylocalradio.com and on demand on the Cowboy Channel Plus app. There we go. Monfeld getting settled in there, taking his wraps. Ready to get this thing started. Monfeld making sure he's in there. Comes to us from Cody, Wyoming. He had a good bull ride when we were here in April. 10 bull riders we'll see here at the state finals.
Squat in here a little bit. I think he's about ready.
Monfeld. And looks like he's going to have to redo it as he's come out of the top of the bowl. And the bull looks like it's sitting down a little bit in the chute. We'll see if they stick with Monfeld or if we're going to go to somewhere else. Big thank you to everybody for tuning in on mylocalradio.com. As well on demand on the Cowboy Channel Plus app.
All right, here we go.
All right, Monfeld. This one away from his hand. Good seat here for Monfeld. Can he stay with it? He's got a chance. And that goes into his hand, and he's going to hit the buzzer. We got ourselves a qualified ride right off the bat.
That's the way to start a state finals.
He ought to be excited about that.
Check it out on the Cowboy Days leaderboard or replay board. How about that? Monfeld jumping up and down, excited with that ride. That's how you know we are at the state finals when the emotions, the excitement for things like that comes at. A 75-point ride for Monfeld, and now we'll see Braxton Patterson.
Braxton comes to us out of Graybull, Wyoming.
But Monfeld getting it started early.
Yeah, we're going to go to Braxton Patterson. He's going to have a chute number 5. Come on, buddy.
And Patterson in a little bit of trouble. Oh, no score for Patterson. As we check it out on the Cowboy Days replay board. This bull lunges into the chute. He might have gotten fouled at the chute. Check this out one more time, Matt Petrie. So it goes into the front, and he's immediately off balance. I wonder if they're going to declare that a foul.
They, in my opinion, they should. Give Braxton another chance.
He's going to be on chute number 6, Hayden Welsh.
And now here's the number 2 Cowboy in the state, Gillette's Hayden Welsh.
Left Wyoming Cowboy.
From Gillette.
There we go.
And Welsh, good job here. He's even spurred a little bit. Oh, but he gets slung down into the well area, and it's going to be a no score for Hayden Welsh. He'll be back tomorrow, though.
That was 5 or 6 seconds of a really good-looking bull ride.
Yep.
Well, it's going to be no score there, no score.
No score for Welsh. Owen Monfelt
looks like we're going to go with him
looking
next.
pretty good.
That's what I have on my sheet.
Colton Bonberger out of Lander is your next Cowboy up. All chasing the 75 by Owen Monfelt out of Cody. Trying to win round 1 of the state finals.
We're ready, Colton. On the elbow.
Over in chute number 5. As Bonberger comes to us from Lander Valley, number 8 in the state. Really tied for 7th in the state with Patterson, Wilson the second, and Profit.
Colton's going to get down in there.
As Bonberger takes his wrap, slides up on his hand. Only a freshman. This is going to be one to keep an eye on. Out of Lander, here we go. This one goes away from his hand. That big buck, and he just can't keep up with it. Check it out on the Cowboy Days replay board right here. Just that big jump there just threw him. And now that'll bring up Ashton Slaw from Manila, Utah. Slaw, number 3 in the States. Could make some moves here.
Ashton's got quite the cheering crowd here in the stands.
Well, Manila is not far from Rock Springs at all, even though it's in Utah. It's closer than the majority of these Wyoming towns.
Very true.
He'll be coming out of chute number 4. Right now, Owen Monfelt, your only qualified ride, 75 points for the man from Cody. As it sits right now, he looks to be jumping from 5th to 3rd in the state if nobody else covers. But Ashton Slaw going to try to do something about it. Here we go. Slaw, look at this bull right here. Into his hand. He's got him right where he wanted him. Slaw with a real chance here. And did he make it? It's close. And a thumbs up from the judge. We're going to get a score for Ashton Slaw. Check this out on the replay board. This was all fight. Slaw could have easily gotten flung forward and out of the game. A 67-point ride for Ashton Slaw. That'll now bring up Aiden Ruby.
Riverton, Wyoming Cowboy, Aiden Ruby.
And with that ride right there, and Hayden Welsh getting bucked off, Slaw has overtaken Welsh for number 2 in the state, according to our unofficial standings. Aiden Ruby, our next bull rider from Riverton, in chute number 3.
Aiden's your number 4 Cowboy in the state right now with 54 points, so he's looking to move up as well.
And the bull is not wanting to play. There we go. We'll see if he gets a re-ride.
No,
yeah, that's going to be a re-ride. There's no way it's not. And again, why not? Take it. This one giving him a trip now. And Ruby did not look in trouble at all. Take the score, yeah. He's going to get a reride option. He'll get the option. So that was a really good bull ride, and the bull actually gave him a halfway decent trip. Wow. Okay. That might have been the biggest surprise of the night.
I'm more of a businessman. Risk taker.
Ruby is talking with the judge, with the gate man. Now he's going to go talk to the judge like, what am I doing here?
Well, we're going to have a 40 with an option for
40 with a reride option. As I think he's taking the points. He just waved off, which might be a smart idea. That's still 12 points for Aiden Ruby. And now here's your number one man in the state, Brenson Bartlett from Cheyenne. And, the bull trips on him and then gets up and gets going again. Not really bucking or kicking. It might be another low score. And we'll see what happened. I have no clue how Bartlett stayed on when that bull tripped. Takes a shot and gives him a parting gift. He seems to be okay, though.
That was rough from the very beginning.
Yeah. That was real Western there. Great ride there by Brenson Bartlett. Now we wait to see what the score is. 47 with an option.
Give him the same speech. Never take the reride in the bull riding.
We'll see what he decides to do, but as of right now, he's got 12 points and extends his lead in the state standings.
Well, we'll get the bull out here. We'll see what these boys decide. I haven't got any news yet. We're going to go with Rummy Prophet.
Here's William Roan Prophet.
We'll see what they decide.
Didn't have the season I'm sure he was expecting.
I do know that 47 is third right now, and that is 8 points. 8 points is a lot. We'll see. See what the bull riders decide.
Only 4 qualified rides so far. So Bartlett takes a 47. William Roan Prophet will be next.
Now we're dragging in there.
That bull wants to play around a little bit.
There you go. Just keep going, Sandy Ball.
Ooh. This bull not wanting to. I think this bull's enjoying his
now
time.
He's laying down.
Looks like we're gonna. Well, the bull's like, hey, you guys have been here most of the. And they lose the lasso on the neck, but now they're gonna pull him away and go get yourself a feed bag. You earned it. As Roan Prophet will be next. Shoot number 1.
How about you get out there and tail him in? Oh, thanks to Jed and Sandy Ball and Whiskers and Quinn.
Still haven't heard officially if we're going to get any rerides or if they're going to take the points.
I would be surprised.
Yep. This bull definitely giving Roan Prophet a little bit of problems. Tried to go up on the chute, now sitting down.
Looks like Rummy Prophet, so we're going to go with. Looks like he's in shooting.
And trying to settle things down. But Brenson Bartlett might have taken a big step towards winning a state title tonight.
I'd sure like to thank them bullfighters now.
Monfelt, though, with 75 points, he might be making some moves of his own.
And I would expect Hayden Welsh to come back tomorrow and give it his all.
Yeah. It's a two bull showdown now for Hayden Welsh.
He came real close to ragging tonight.
Yep. Still to come, Buskin Wilson the second, Braxton Patterson, Gavin Fernakis.
Well, you know, when he pulled down there, shoot number 1. Thanks to our bullfighters out there. I'm going to get your names, boys. I'll have them by tomorrow for sure. Get you a proper thanks.
Braxton Patterson was bucked off earlier. Here we go. Here we go. Profit. Oh, and takes a little bit of a shot. He's up and he's okay, but that's going to be a no score for Roan Profit.
That's exactly why they wear helmets.
Yes.
That looks like Tucker Wilson. You're going to go next.
Buskin Wilson will be next from Jackson. Only 2 bull riders left. It's Wilson and Gavin Fernakis. And they're taking the points, it sounds like. The 2 re-rides, Ashton Slaw and Brenton Bartlett, or sorry, Aiden Ruby and Brenton Bartlett, they're going to take their scores. It's not about winning a single day rodeo like it is in the regular season. It completely changes in the state finals because you got that average to think about. And if you cover 2 bulls, you got a real chance to do well in that average. Oh. Who did take the re-ride? Someone did take the re-ride, we just heard.
Thank you, folks over there in the grandstands, for hanging in there still.
We'll see who that is. Not sure who's taking that re-ride.
Announcer's bedtime by about an hour.
9:52 p.m. right now.
We're going to be right back here with you at 8:30 in the morning.
8 a.m. We'll have the pre-performance program tomorrow for performance number 1 of round 2. All the events you saw tonight, minus the steer wrestling and the rough stock events. And then tomorrow night, same time, 6 o'clock, 5:30 pre-performance program. Say that fast 3 times.
I'm on board with the Triple P.
The Triple P. We'll have our Triple P at 5:30 p.m. tomorrow night. Buskin Wilson from Jackson.
So if you're up tonight, you're going to definitely be up in the morning. You run in reverse order. Now, if you roped or rode this morning,
here we go. And Jackson's Buskin Wilson in and out. So no score. And then there was one, Gavin Fernakis.
Well, it's going to move down to Gavin Fernakis.
Fernakis from Gillette.
Gavin is a freshman from Gillette, Wyoming.
Only a freshman, so we're seeing a lot of young talent in the rough stock. It's going to be fun to watch them for the next few years.
All Wyoming high school rodeos in good hands for a lot of years.
Yeah. That's not even talking about the strong junior high contingency out there for Wyoming. But it's Gavin Fernakis from Gillette, number 6 cowboy in the state, chasing a 75 by Owen Monfelt from Cody, who is looking to win round number 1. Fernakis sitting well in that bull right now. As they're trying to get him set, the final bull ride, the final performer, the final contestant of round 1 of the 2023 WHSRA State Finals Rodeo here in Rock Springs. Live on mylocalradio.com, on demand on the Cowboy channel, plus app presented by Addicted Power Sports. Here we go. And Fernakis, this one goes into his hand. Real chance here. Great ride here by Fernakis. He looks strong. He's sitting up tall. That's going to be a qualified ride. And Fernicus is saying, you know what? I've got something to say about this. Check it out on the Evanston Cowboy Days replay board. He did not hardly move from the center of that bull. Just a great bull ride from start to finish for Gavin Fernicus. 70 points. That'll put him into second place.
And there was one. This is going to be the re-ride for Braxton Patterson. He was fouled at the gate.
Braxton Patterson was fouled at the gate, so he will get a re-ride.
And this should end the rodeo for tonight. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, 8:30.
So Patterson from Grable will end things for us.
And it will be the same order, but you contestants, it'll be reverse order in your particular event.
So Patterson, probably the one guy that it doesn't hurt to take the relay ride because he was sitting on a 0 anyways. That's true.
Reverse order in the timed events, but it will be the same order.
Here we go. Patterson, goes out the back door. And that's going to do it for the bull riding and the rodeo today. Brinson Bartlett is able to defend his lead, but it's Owen Monfeld who comes away with the victory. Monfeld from Cody takes the round one win with a 75. Gavin Fernicus with a 70. Ashton Slaw third with a 67. Brinson Bartlett with a 47 finishes fourth, and Aiden Ruby with a 40 finishes fifth. This is the 2023 WHSRA State Finals Rodeo, live on mylocalradio.com, on demand on the Cowboy Channel Plus app, and brought to you by Addicted Power Sports. We'll be right back after this with our post-performance program right after these messages.
We are chasing a dream, one that tests our grit, our faith, our courage. This dream calls us. It unites us. Here's to those who lead this life.
And we welcome you to our post-performance brought to you by Jimmy John's, where fast and fresh meat in Evanston, Sheridan, Gillette, and right here in Rock Springs. Let's go ahead and recap the action from today now that we have the fresh, I guess you could say, results. First, let's start with the bareback riding. Tucker Caricato wins it with an 80. Rody Farrell second with a 75. Grady Edwards third with a 67. Ian Smith fourth. Jacob Cook fifth. Chaz Dewey sixth. And those are your 6 qualified rides. Pretty good day for the bareback riding and our unofficial state standings. These are unofficial. These are based on whatever research we were able to do to find out what points were carried into the finals, plus the round points. And Tucker Caricato extends his lead 134-128 over Rody Farrell. Ian Smith In is third place. Chaz Dewey is fourth. Grady Edwards fifth. Jacob Cook into seventh. Or check that, into sixth. Rose Wadowski now into sixth. Michael Coe into eighth. And that is your bareback riding standings. In the pole bending, Tessa Sanderson laid down a 21.285 in the morning session, and it held all the way through the night. And what does that do to our standings? Well, we thought it was going to be a whole lot more of a runaway victory, but Shayda Lesmeister with 9 points in round number one jumps up into second place. So that is going to definitely be something to keep your eye on, no doubt. Hadley Thompson is in third. Abigail Olson holds her spot at fourth. Audrey Kremer holds at 5. Tally Engel jumps up to 6th, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Engel, though, trying to go after that, and Kremer trying to go after that 74, which is the cutoff to make it to the state finals. On to the goat tying, where Rayleigh Caldwell was able to come through and win it with a 6.72. Hadley Thompson was second with a 6.78. Morgan Watts third. Grady Pendleton fourth. Katie Rice fifth. Caitlin Moore sixth. Rosalind Heron seventh. Devlin Cole eighth. Casey Carr ninth. And Abigail Olson 10th. And what does that do to our state standings? Well, it just got a whole lot more tighter. It's now a 1.5 between Hadley Thompson and Rayleigh Caldwell in our unofficial state standings. Casey Carr is still third place. Caitlin Moore still fourth. Rosalind Heron, though, only 3 points outside of that national qualifying spot as we head into round number two. In the tie-down roping, it was Jace Mayfield with a 9.35. Corey Baumhoff second. Colson Myers third, Jim Coxville fourth, Keaton Hayden fifth, Talon Larson sixth, Cody Hayden seventh, Bodie Combs eighth, Jace Rourke ninth, and Cody Montgomery will finish 10th. And what does that do to our state standings? Well, Corey Baumhoff holds the lead, but only by 5 points over Jace Mayfield. Keaton Hayden still in third place, Austin Pixley still in fourth. Cody Coombs, though, only 4.5 points out of that top 4 spot. Moving on to the breakaway roping today, and man, were we treated to one. That was your favorite, I think, Matt.
This afternoon's performance, I think we had 6 straight sub 3 second roping runs, and I've never seen that.
Kaylee Hutchinson wins it with a 2.31. Sydney Otokoven is second. Rayleigh Caldwell third. Gracie Hardiman fourth. And Hadley Thompson actually tied for fourth. Casey Carr fifth. Sydney Jones sixth. Morgan Watts seventh. Brianna Herring eighth. Carly Peterson ninth. And Riley Alameda is 10th. Now these, we don't know how they split up the ties, so this could probably be the most incorrect, but Hadley Thompson still, I mean, she's leading by a lot. Kaylee Hutchinson still second. Sydney Ovakoven third. Sydney Jones fourth. Catherine Vineyard, though, only about 5.5 points out of that fourth place spot. So the race, of course, is for the state title, but it's going to be very interesting, that 4-5 race as well. Into the steer wrestling, it is won by Bodie Combs with a 5.69. Jace Mayfield, number one in the state going into tonight. A second place, Trenton Sheehan third. Cannon Campbell fourth. Carson Ewing fifth. Teague Goodman sixth. Cole Creekmeyer seventh. Dane Humes eighth. Cody Montgomery ninth, and Talon Larson wraps up the top 10. But here's where it gets interesting. You ready for it? Jace Mayfield, number one, but Bodie Coombs jumps into second, and it's only a 2-point competition.
We knew coming into this one was going to be tight.
Absolutely. And it's Carson Ewing drops down to third. Cannon Campbell holds at fourth. But real close competition between that fourth and fifth spot, as we have said about everything else. Into the saddle bronc riding. Rhodey Marsh wins it with a 70. Jake Schlappman with a 65. So only those two get points, and it kind of extends things for Schlappman. He's now up by 8.5 points rather. Rhodey Marsh in second. Ryan Nunn in third. Colby Smith fourth. Hardly any movement in that saddle bronc riding because only 2 qualified rides. In the team roping, Keaton Hayden wins the round with Austin Pixley, Talon Larson, and Cashton Reynolds. That 7.19 is good enough for second place, as Hayden and Pixley put up a 7.16. Eschbenscheid Albrecht is third. Romero Giroux fourth. Bellis, Camino 5th, Hutchinson and Hutchinson 6th, Johnson and Espenside 7, Thompson and Pixley 8th, Payne and Payne 9th, and Thar and Burford are 10th. You look at the heading standings, it's still Talon Larson on top, but Keaton Hayden jumping from 3rd to 4th. Hayes Espenshide from 6th to 5th, so some movement in the heading and the healing. Cashton Reynolds now the number 1 header in or healer in the state. Kale Espenshide down to number 2. Kyle Clark and Austin Pixley switch sides, but look at the move by Nicholas Albrecht from 6th place all the way to 5th. So a good move there for him. In the barrel racing, Abigail Olson wins it with a 17:54.0, 1/1000th of a second quicker than Hadley Thompson. Rayleigh Caldwell, where have you heard that name before, finishes 3rd. Katie Rice 4th. Shada Lesmeister 5th. Jordan Mormon 6th. Chloe Nichols 7th. Christian Schwartz 8th. Aislinn Vroman 9th, and Dylan Thar rounds out the top 10. Moving into our unofficial state standings, Jordan Mormon only a 5-point lead now over Hadley Thompson. Abigail Olson, though, don't forget about her. Dylan Thar jumps into 5th, trying to chase down that number 5 spot held by Shada Lesmeister. Into the bull riding, it's won by Cody's Owen Monfeld with a 75. Gavin Fernicus from Gillette 2nd with a 70. Ashton Slaw 3rd with a 67. Brenton Bartlett is 4th with a 47, and Aiden Ruby is 5th with a 40. And the state standings, Bartlett stretches out his lead. Slaw jumps into 2nd. Welsh falls down to 3rd. Ruby into 4th, but Owen Monfelt with his win today now 3 points outside of a state or a national qualifying spot.
That is going to be interesting to watch tomorrow, because one win and you're into that 4th spot.
And that is our post-performance program. Matt Petrie, parting thoughts.
I am trying to wrap my head around everything we saw today, but I still have to go back to the breakaway roping, that string of 2-second runs that we saw. You know, amazing performances tonight, but that one just sticks in my mind.
It made, let's just say tonight was worth the wait through the rain and the wind that has caused us to be 10 o'clock before we get out of here.
Absolutely.
Well, we're going to get to bed. I suggest you do the same, because we are right back at it again bright and early at 8 a.m. for our pre-performance program, the Triple P, for round number 2, performance number 1 at the 2023 WHSRA State Finals Rodeo. That is Matt Petrie, our broadcast partner. Our camera person today is Dennis Bedwell. My name is Elan Olliff, saying thank you guys so much for tuning in, and we will see you guys tomorrow morning.
The proceeding has been a wholly owned production of MyLocalRadio.com and Cook Brothers Broadcasting, LLC, no portion of which may be used or rebroadcast without the express written consent of Cook Brothers Broadcasting, LLC. Thank you for joining us for this sports presentation on MyLocalRadio.com.